Chapter 438. Du Yi, who was supported to stand beside Du Qi and the others, looked at the back of the distant ice statue that was gradually shrinking. His eyes were filled with shock, and they gradually became dispirited and resentful. Ouyang Xuang looked at the ice demon condor in the distance. She wasn't too surprised, it seemed like everything was within her expectations. Her big eyes looked at Dark Wolf, who wasn't too far away. Her eyes turned cold and she said to Dark Wolf, "You go back first, he will look for you. Remember what you said, if not, my Ouyang Palace will be the first to hunt you down." "Yes, I, Dark Wolf, will definitely remember this." Dark Wolf trembled and immediately bowed. Putting aside the fact that Du Xiaofu was surrounded by so many people from the Ouyang Palace, even the person in front of him was the young miss of the Ouyang Palace. If he dared to do anything, he would not be able to survive in the entire empire. What shocked Dark Wolf even more was the scene just now. Du Yi of the Du family, the genius who had once shocked the imperial capital and the entire empire, was at the peak of the martial lord realm. However, he was seriously injured by Du Xiaofu in 2 moves and could no longer fight. If he dared to have any thoughts of betrayal, the consequences were obvious. He would probably never show his face again in this lifetime. Ouyang Xuang looked at Dark Wolf, then walked forward. After a few steps, she gently came to Qin Guyu's side and said in a low voice, "He asked me to tell you something. Your spirit gate is broken, but it doesn't mean that you can't continue to cultivate. If you still want to be interested in the path of martial arts, go and find him. He might have a way to let you walk the path of martial arts again." After Ouyang Xuang finished speaking, she went to Ouyang Qiu's side. She signaled with her eyes, and Ouyang Qiu and the people from the Ouyang Palace left on their demon beast mounts. Qin Guyu's body trembled, and then he stood on the spot. His dispirited and lifeless eyes began to ripple, and the ripples became more and more intense. The bamboo forest was lush and green. From afar, it looked like a green barrier. A cool breeze swept past, and the green bamboos on the mountain swayed gently in the wind. The bamboo forest swayed gently, emitting a pleasant sound. It was as if someone was playing a huge bamboo flute, emitting a rhythmic sound, like a beautiful melody drifting out. "Xiao Qing, you guys play here. I'll bring your brother to meet someone, okay?" Outside the bamboo forest, Xie Fei asked Du Xiaoqing with a smile. "Du Xiaoyao, little tiger, look after little Qing. I'll be right back. Don't go too far." Du Xiaofu said to Du Xiaoyao and little tiger on his shoulder and behind him. In fact, other than little tiger, he was worried about Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaoqing, who were a troublemaker. "Okay, we'll go play." Du Xiaoqing heard this and immediately went into the bamboo forest with Du Xiaoyao and little tiger. In the depths of the bamboo forest, the bamboos were all of the same thickness and length. They were slender, tall, and beautiful. After a while, Du Xiaofu, accompanied by Xie Fei, saw a skinny old man lying on a bamboo chair, taking a nap. The old man's tanned face looked as if it had been through wind, frost, rain, and snow for a long time. As if he had sensed someone approaching, the slightly closed eyes on his wrinkled face opened. His gaze immediately landed on Du Xiaofu. His eyes moved and he immediately revealed a smile as he said, "There should be quite a few people looking for you now. I thought that if Fei were to look for you, she might not be able to invite you." Du Xiaofu heard this and immediately bowed. The skinny old man in front of him was none other than the North Vanquishing King. He chuckled on his resolute face and said, "Since you're looking for me, how would I dare not come? Grandfather, a little princess from the palace went to look for him too. But he said he wanted to visit grandfather first before going to the palace." Xie Fei walked over slowly from the side. She was beautiful and charming, and she reached out to help the North Vanquishing King up from the bamboo chair. Hearing this, the North Vanquishing King was slightly stunned. On his skinny and dark face, his eyes were quite bright without any turbidity. He looked at Du Xiaofu for a few seconds and then said with a smile, "Good boy, this old man didn't misjudge you. This guy just fought with Du Yi from the Du family in the Qian family. Du Yi has also reached the peak of the martial lord realm, the Nirvana realm." Xia Fei told the North Vanquishing King about what happened just now in a light tone. "You fought with the Du family? The peak of the martial lord realm, the Nirvana realm? That guy is really scary. I really don't know what kind of good deeds the Du family has accumulated to have so many young people." Hearing this, the North Vanquishing King sighed. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You didn't lose when you fought with Du Yi, right?" This, Du Xiaofu didn't know what to say, so he smiled faintly. Xia Fei opened her red lips slightly and said to the North Vanquishing King, "Du Yi lost in 2 moves, and he lost very badly." Hearing this, the North Vanquishing King's bright eyes were also stunned. From the words "lost very badly," it wasn't hard to imagine some things. Du Yi, who was at the peak of the martial lord realm, the Nirvana realm, was defeated in 2 moves. With the North Vanquishing King's eyesight and experience, he naturally knew what this meant. The new generation excels the old, and there are talents in every generation. The North Vanquishing King looked at Du Xiaofu. He was skinny, and the plain long robe he wore made him look like a bamboo pole carrying a cloth bag. After a long while, he came back to his senses. With shock in his eyes, he said, "I only knew about some things between you and the Du family yesterday." "So you have that kind of relationship with the Du family, and you are even Du Tingshuan's son. Like father, like son. Old Mister knows my father." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu frowned and said, "Old Mister, can you tell me about the things between my father and the Du family?" "You still don't know about the things between your father and the Du family?" The North Vanquishing King was a little surprised. From the news he got yesterday, he thought this fierce little guy already knew about the things that happened back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to wipe out the Du family. "I don't know much." Du Xiaofu also didn't know much about the drunkard's father and the Du family. He only knew from his elder sister that the drunkard's father was very close to the Du family, and that the Du family and the Du family were of the same origin. "I also don't know much about the things that happened back then. After all, it's a matter of the Du family. If you have the chance, you can ask your father, and he will know." Looking at Du Xiaofu, the North Vanquishing King spoke after a while. There was an obscure look in his eyes, as if there was something that he couldn't say. "Old Mister, how have you been recently?" Du Xiaofu didn't ask any more about the drunkard's father and the Du family. After all, it was a matter of the Du family, and the North Vanquishing King probably didn't know much about it. "I'm still the same, but I'm afraid I won't be able to live much longer." The North Vanquishing King stretched his thin body. His originally thin body now looked more like a long mulberry stick. "Heaven helps the worthy, I'll be fine." Du Xiaofu knew that the North Vanquishing King was injured, and even the King of Medicine couldn't do anything about it. He didn't know if the King of Medicine really couldn't do anything or if he was just pretending. Du Xiaofu made a mental note that when he went back, he must ask the King of Medicine again. This thin old man in front of him had helped him before, and he must repay his kindness. Maybe this is fate, and it's not up to people at all. It's good that you've thought it through. After living for so long, you're already stronger than many people. You should be content. The North Vanquishing King smiled, looked at Du Xiaofu, and said, "At that time, the King of Medicine said that I would die in at least half a year, or at most 3 years. Now half a year has passed, but there are still 2 things in my heart that I can't let go of, cough cough." Before he finished speaking, the North Vanquishing King suddenly coughed. His body that was like a mulberry stick coughed so hard that his chest violently heaved up and down, as if his body was about to break at any time. "Grandpa, slow down a bit." Xia Fei's beautiful face was full of worry. She gently patted the North Vanquishing King's back, hoping that it could ease his coughing. "Sir, you will be fine. After I go back, I will definitely help you think of a way." Du Xiaofu softly said. At this moment, he didn't know how he could help. He really wasn't good at medicine, and he didn't have much research and understanding. It's enough that you have the heart. The North Vanquishing King stopped coughing and looked at Du Xiaofu. His thin and dark face became a bit more serious. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Little guy, I called you here today because I really do have something to ask of you." Du Xiaofu nodded, looked at the North Vanquishing King, and said, "Sir, please go ahead. I don't think I will live for much longer. If one day, the Xie clan encounters an unsolvable problem after I die, please take care of them for the sake of our friendship." The North Vanquishing King said. "Sir, what do I have to do to take care of the Xie clan?" Du Xiaofu bitterly smiled. The Xie clan, even if the North Vanquishing King wasn't around one day, would still be the Xie clan. However, he was nothing now. Even his cultivation strength was only at the nirvana realm of pulse spirit. If I say you have it, then you have it. Don't tell me you are going to reject an old man like me. The North Vanquishing King glanced at Du Xiaofu and said. It seemed like he had to agree even if he didn't want to. All right. If I have the ability in the future, of course, I will remember what you said. Du Xiaofu nodded. He was indebted to the North Vanquishing King. If he had the ability in the future, how could he reject such a request? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, a smile appeared on the North Vanquishing King's face. He looked at Xie Fei beside him, and then said to Du Xiaofu, "This old man has a second thing that I can't let go of. My granddaughter has always been arrogant. She has never looked down on the young talents in the capital. If this girl is still not married in a few years, how about you marry her? This old man will be completely relieved." "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Xie Fei's beautiful eyes immediately stared at the North Vanquishing King. She didn't expect her grandpa to say something like this in front of that guy. She instantly became shy, which made her look even more beautiful and charming. Her face was blushing. Chapter 439. Du Xiaofu was also taken aback. Looking at the charming and alluring woman beside him, he said to North Vanquishing Prince, "Old mister, please don't joke around. I really can't help you with this." "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" Hearing Du Xiaofu's rejection, Xie Fei's flushed face instantly glared at Du Xiaofu. Her red lips pouted slightly. This brat was young, but he still looked down on her. Was she really inferior to those little girls? "Miss Xie, that's not what I meant. You're noble, beautiful, and have an extraordinary aura. How would I dare look down on you? I'm the one who's not good enough." Du Xiaofu clicked his tongue. He didn't know how he had offended Xie Fei again. However, her coquettish look was actually quite beautiful. If he could marry her, his drunkard father, first uncle, and second uncle would probably be very happy too. "Du Xiaofu, what are you thinking about? How can you think about these things before the whole family reunites?" Du Xiaofu scolded himself silently and put away his messy thoughts. "That's more like it. However, it's not that you're not good enough. It's just that I won't be with you guys anymore. You guys take your time chatting." Xie Fei finally softened her tone towards Du Xiaofu. However, she seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful face froze, and her face flushed red again. Her beautiful figure flashed away. Haha, this girl, North Vanquishing Prince, was all smiles. He seemed to be very happy today. However, he started coughing again. "Old mister, take it easy." Du Xiaofu immediately supported North Vanquishing Prince. Mimicking Xie Fei, he gently patted North Vanquishing Prince's back, hoping to ease his coughing. "Don't call me old mister. Your father Du Tingxian and this old man have met a few times before. He also called me Uncle Xie. You can call me Grandpa from now on. You won't lose out." North Vanquishing Prince looked at Du Xiaofu, his dark and wrinkled face full of kindness. Thank you, grandfather. Du Xiaofu said softly. Since his drunkard father had called him uncle, it was indeed not a loss for him to call him grandfather. Good, good, good. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, good boy, you actually called me grandpa. Then remember, from now on, you are half a member of the Xie family, half a grandson of this old man. In the imperial capital, you just don't bully others. But if someone bullies you, you don't have to be afraid. You have the whole Xie family behind you, so you don't have to give face to anyone. Looking at the skinny old man beside him, Du Xiaofu felt warmth in his heart. He nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Du Xiaofu helped North Vanquishing Prince to sit on the rattan chair. Then he chatted with North Vanquishing Prince about everything under the sun, just like a real grandfather and grandson. Occasionally, there would be laughter from the two of them. A kind grandfather and a filial grandson, it was really enviable. Du Xiaofu finally understood what it meant to have an old man at home was like having a treasure. North Vanquishing Prince knew a lot about astronomy, geography, and interesting stories. As they chatted, Du Xiaofu gained a lot of knowledge. Unknowingly, the old man and the young man chatted until the evening. When the sky was about to turn dark, Du Xiaofu said his goodbyes and left. The sun was setting, and the silvery gray dew shrouded the bamboo forest. A gentle breeze gently blew the green bamboos, making continuous sounds. North Vanquishing Prince was gently lying on the rattan chair. Xie Fei gently walked over. Her aura was like an orchid, revealing her charm. Then she quietly stood in front of the rattan chair. Little girl Fei, have you sent that little guy away? North Vanquishing Prince slowly straightened his body. On his skinny and tanned face, his eyes were bright without any turbidity. He should have gone to the palace. Xie Fei's beautiful eyes slightly looked around. A gentle breeze blew through the bamboo forest, and a few strands of hair casually fluttered around her waist. Her eyes hesitated for a while, before she asked North Vanquishing Prince, Grandfather, why didn't you tell him about the matter between his father and the Du household? I feel sorry for that little guy. The Du household had already gone overboard 17 years ago, and this time they are still going overboard. I really don't know what that old man of the Du family is thinking. Does he think that he can pretend that nothing happened just because he is in seclusion? North Vanquishing Prince's bright eyes suddenly surged with a fierce glint, as if a dormant beast had suddenly awakened. He said, since that little guy called me grandfather, then he is my grandson. That old man of the Du family turned a blind eye, but I am still alive. If the Du household goes overboard again, I will not agree. Grandfather, take care of your body. Xie Fei said softly. Her bright eyes were fluctuating. She had not seen her grandfather so agitated for a long time. Phew, North Vanquishing Prince's breath eased a little. He turned around to look at Xie Fei, and said, Little girl Fei, keep an eye on the things outside. As long as he is in the capital, you can't let him be bullied. And the palace, there are some things that he is not clear about. Don't let him be used by others. If necessary, remind him. I understand. Xie Fei nodded, looked at North Vanquishing Prince, and said, Grandfather, then he will be my little brother from now on. Sigh, if that little guy is my grandson-in-law, it would be great. North Vanquishing Prince sighed, and said softly, I don't care about you young people's matters. Little girl, if you don't do it now, then in the future, that little guy will be taken away by those fat little girls. It will be too late for you to regret. That little guy's strength is not bad. On the street, Zhen Qingquan's voice came into Du Xiaofu's ears. Little guy. Du Xiaofu was surprised, and immediately asked Zhen Qingquan who was in the small pagoda, Brother Qingquan, how old are you? Anyway, that little guy is just a little guy in front of me. Zhen Qingquan's voice sounded very proud, and then he said to Du Xiaofu, pay attention these days, and help me find some elixirs and pills that can help the primordial spirit. Okay, no problem. Du Xiaofu said. At dusk, the palace under the curtain of the night was shockingly huge. The red palace walls were so tall that it looked like a giant dragon entrenched in the dragon city. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger arrived in front of the palace. The huge palace gate was spacious, and it was heavily guarded. There was no place to hide, and the palace guards came up to question them from afar. When Du Xiaofu took out the dragon pattern token given to him by the second princess Cheng Yan and said that he was looking for the second princess, the eyes of the guards trembled, and the look in their eyes changed. The head guard personally led the way, and very respectfully led Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and the others into the palace. Walking into the palace, Du Xiaofu sighed. The inside of the palace walls was even more magnificent than the inside of Prince Ye's mansion. There was a building every 5 steps, and a pavilion every 10 steps. The corridors were winding, and the eaves were high. It was unknown how far it stretched. The yellow and red glazed eaves outlined a huge winding silhouette in the vast palace. It was magnificent and magnificent. What a powerful aura! What caused Du Xiaofu to be the most amazed was that he could feel a majestic aura crushing down on him the moment he stepped into the palace. It was as if a huge dragon was present in the palace. Could this be the legendary imperial dragon aura? Du Xiaofu thought to himself. Just in the afternoon, he heard some interesting stories from the North Vanquishing Prince, and one of them was the imperial dragon aura. It was said that the imperial dragon aura could only be found in the palace, and it was very powerful. The aura inside is not weak. Du Xiaoqing also noticed the aura inside the palace. Although she was a little surprised, she did not pay too much attention to it. Following the head guard, Du Xiaofu did not know how many palaces they had passed. After that, the head guard handed him over to a palace maid who looked to be in her 30s, and they continued to walk into the palace. Along the way, Du Xiaofu only looked around at the golden glazed tiles and the multi-eaves palace roofs. Under the setting sun, it was a splendid scene. When the last ray of light disappeared, Du Xiaofu finally arrived at the entrance of a palace. There was a sentry every 3 steps, and there was a sentry every 5 steps. Along the way, there were many palace guards patrolling. The palace was tall and majestic, with an antique style. It had vermilion pillars, and on a huge and gorgeous horizontal board, there were 3 words, Guang Moon Palace. Sir, this is the Guang Moon Palace, where the first princess and the second princess live. The first princess has ordered that we are not allowed to enter the Guang Moon Palace at will. Therefore, sir, please go in and find the second princess. After the palace maid finished speaking to Du Xiaofu, she still seemed to be a little worried. She specifically told Du Xiaofu, the backyard of the palace is mostly for the women. If you do not have the golden dragon token and are not an ordinary VIP, you will not be able to come here. Sir, please do not wander around. If you are encountered by the patrolling guards, it will cause trouble. I know. Thank you for leading the way. Du Xiaofu nodded in response. Sir, you are too polite. The palace maid was a little surprised. She then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I heard that the second princess went out to play with other princes in the afternoon. I am afraid that she has not returned yet. Sir, since you have the golden dragon token, you should have a good relationship with the second princess. You can go in and wait. However, with the playful nature of the second princess, I am afraid that you will have to wait a little longer. I still have things to do, so I will take my leave now. With that, the palace maid retreated respectfully and turned to leave. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the Guang Moon Palace in front of him. There were 3 floors, and the cornices were ancient red and yellow. The upper floor was light green, and the color scheme was elegant. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the curtain of night was beginning to fall. The night fog lingered around the palace, and the pavilion was in the haze, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It was extremely beautiful. Xiao Yu, continue to write. Ask for flowers, recommend coffee. Chapter 440. What a big and beautiful place. I'll go in and take a look. Du Shaoqing gazed at Guangyu Palace. Instantly, her figure skipped into the palace like a butterfly. Du Xiaoyao and Little Tiger also followed closely behind Du Shaoqing, entering the Guangyu Palace together. Don't run around. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to chase after them. After all, this was the imperial palace. He could not allow Du Shaoqing and Du Xiaoyao to cause any trouble. However, by the time Du Xiaofu entered the Guangyu Palace, Du Shaoqing and Du Xiaoyao had already run off to who knows where. Du Xiaofu could only follow their auras. There was no one else in the vast Guangyu Palace. Du Xiaofu chased after Du Shaoqing and Du Xiaoyao's auras. His attention was immediately drawn by the resplendent decorations all around him, and he began to look around. Inside the Guangyu Palace, the corridors were winding, with artificial mountains and ponds everywhere. Du Xiaofu walked slowly. Under the cover of the night, the palace was dark and serene, and he did not know where he had walked to. There seems to be someone here. That girl has run over here. Suddenly, with his keen spiritual force, Du Xiaofu sensed that there were people not too far ahead. He did not think too much about it. It was most likely Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger and the others. There seemed to be no one else in this vast Guangyu Palace at this moment. Within the palace, artificial mountains were everywhere. Between the corridors was a hot spring. The spring water gushed out, dense mist rising from it, and hot steam rising from it. Night had just fallen, and the sky was hazy. The moon had just risen from the east. There was a stretch of clothes by the side of the pool, and the ripples on the surface of the pool were light. Du Xiaofu appeared at the edge of the hot spring. A rockery stood tall like a barrier. Du Xiaofu thought that Du Shaoqing and Du Xiaoyao were here. Looking through the rockery, he saw a woman bathing in the unobstructed hot spring. Her skin was as white as snow, and her long black hair was scattered on the spring water. She was elegant and seductive. She was also humming a melody that Du Xiaofu could not hear clearly. Under the first moon, the water in the pool was enshrouded in mist. Du Xiaofu could only see the woman's delicate face. She had a jade nose and cherry lips. The water in the pool reached her chest, half of her soft breasts were exposed. Her slim shoulders and undulating chest formed an alluring region, adding to her charm and seduction. It's not Shaoqing. Looking at the sudden scene in front of him, Du Xiaofu was stunned. Then, for some reason, his breathing became heavy, and his entire body seemed to stiffen. He stared blankly at the scene in the pool. He knew that it was not Du Shaoqing and Du Xiaoyao, but he could not bear to look away. Splash, just as Du Xiaofu was in a daze, and his blood was rushing to his head, he heard the ripples of the pool water. The woman had actually come out of the bath in front of him. A perfect and exquisite body slowly walked out of the pool water. The lithe figure was completely naked. Her breasts were soft and round, her waist was slender, and her buttocks were firm and round. Her slender legs were tall, outlining an incomparably seductive arc. Her skin was like cream, and below her lower abdomen was even more eye-catching. Du Xiaofu swore that this was the first time he had seen such a scene since he was a child. Du Xiaofu swore that in his 17 years of life, this was the first time he realized that he was actually not a gentleman. Because at this moment, when he saw this hot and charming scene, he did not leave. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and looked up and down. He even swallowed a mouthful of saliva in his throat. Who is it? Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, the woman who slowly walked out of the hot spring suddenly shouted. In a short moment, a palm print suddenly slammed on the rockery. Rumble. The rockery suddenly collapsed. The gravel collapsed and fell into the pool water. Quickly, waves of water shot up to the sky. Oh no, I've been discovered. Du Xiaofu came back to his senses. He felt a little guilty. Qi gushed out from the soles of his feet, and he immediately retreated. He did not dare to stay any longer. Qi. However, the woman's speed was as fast as lightning. She was even faster than Du Xiaofu had imagined. Her body suddenly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu as he turned around and was about to leave. Without any hesitation, she directly slapped out with her palm. "Miss, this is a misunderstanding," Du Xiaofu shouted. Due to his guilty conscience, he did not dare to use too much strength. His palm came over and lightly slapped out with lightning speed. "It's you," and in this split second, the woman seemed to have recognized Du Xiaofu. She was so shocked that her entire body trembled. Her delicate face changed greatly, and the palm print that she had slapped out also stopped in front of Du Xiaofu's chest. However, in his hurry, Du Xiaofu did not look carefully. Only when he felt the woman's scream did he realize that the woman had stopped. However, he was unable to stop himself. Although he hurriedly retracted his profound qi, his right hand still landed on the woman's chest. Immediately, Du Xiaofu felt that where his palm touched, the soft area was smooth and soft. The woman did not realize that she was still naked at this moment, and even more so, did not expect such a thing to happen. She only felt a sudden numbness on her chest, as if she had been electrocuted. "You hooligan, little bastard!" With a delicate shout, the woman's slender palm print stopped. A wave of profound qi immediately surged out and landed directly on Du Xiaofu's chest. Walala, Du Xiaofu's body flew backwards. He was originally at the edge of the pool, and in his panic, he was immediately thrown into the hot spring pool, causing a large wave of water. Plop, just as Du Xiaofu was caught off guard, he choked on a mouthful of water. Just as his body emerged, he saw the figure in front of him descend like lightning. A snow-white arm directly pressed down on his shoulder, and she hurriedly said, "I'm warning you, quickly close your eyes and hide in the pool. You're not allowed to peek, or else I won't let you off." Before Du Xiaofu could regain his senses, he was forcefully pressed into the hot spring by the woman, and in his panic, he choked on another mouthful of water. "Big sister, I'm back. Was there anyone here just now?" Just as Du Xiaofu was being forcefully pressed into the hot spring by the woman, a girl with short braids walked over and looked at the wet surroundings suspiciously. "No, I've been bathing alone. Why are you back?" The woman didn't know why, but she also felt a little guilty. Thinking about the scene just now, her delicate face immediately flushed red. Fortunately, it was night, and the hot spring water was able to relax the meridians and strengthen the circulation of qi and blood, so it was difficult for people to notice anything strange. The girl looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Under her slender eyelashes, her big eyes were sparkling like black gems. She looked at the woman in the pool and said, "Is that so? Coincidentally, I also want to bathe. After playing with them for the whole day, my whole body is about to stink." As soon as her voice fell, the girl leaped, and the layers of her clothes immediately fell off. Then, a bright and clean body like white jade directly jumped into the pool, causing a large wave of water. "Second sister," the woman shouted, but before her voice fell, the girl with short braids had already fallen into the pool. The pool water was clear, and under the moonlight, the scales rippled. Du Xiaofu didn't close his eyes as he was told. In the clear pool water, he could vaguely see two seductive bodies in front of him. One was alluring, and the other was carrying a kiji. Faintly, Du Xiaofu heard a familiar voice saying, "Big sister, why do you always put your hand in the water? Help me take a look. Was your chest the same size as mine back then? Why do I feel that mine won't be as big as yours in the future? Sigh, when can I be like you?" In the pool water, Du Xiaofu felt the delicate hand pressing on his shoulder become more and more forceful, as if it was going to crush his shoulder. Pain came from his shoulder. Du Xiaofu struggled a few times, but the strength of the slender hand did not lessen. Instead, it increased in strength. This woman, she must be doing it on purpose. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He couldn't be bullied for nothing, so he didn't hold back and pinched into the pool. He didn't know where he pinched, but it was firm and smooth to the touch. Ah! In the hot spring, the short-braided girl suddenly screamed. She felt a sharp pain coming from her buttocks. She immediately glared at the woman and stretched out her hand to touch her buttocks, saying, "Big sister, why did you pinch me? I wanted to see if you've grown sturdy after all these years." The woman immediately understood the reason. Her beautiful face didn't change, but she secretly clenched her teeth and exerted more force on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. That shameless bastard, he had taken advantage of her in the mountain range of savage beasts. Now, he was actually reaching out his evil claws to her second sister. She definitely couldn't let him off. "Even if you see if I've grown sturdy, you can't use so much force." The short-braided girl glared at the woman and then continued to bathe. In the pool, Du Xiaofu's shoulder was getting more and more painful, but he could only endure the pain. When he heard the scream, he realized that he had pinched the wrong person. He didn't dare to make a sound, but he didn't hold back. His hand started to pinch everywhere. He didn't care where it was, he just pinched first. Who asked this woman to use so much force? His shoulder was about to be crushed. Thump, 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 instantly, the pool water beside the woman surged as Du Xiaofu carelessly pinched countless places. "Big sister, what are you doing?" Looking at the surging pool water beside the woman, the short-braided girl asked doubtfully. "It's nothing. You can go back now that you're done. I'll soak some more." The woman squeezed out a smile as she spoke to the short-braided girl. "Take your time, I'll go back first." Strange, Senior Du clearly said that he would come to the palace later, why hasn't he come to find me yet? She put on her long dress and left. In the end, she turned around and said to the woman with a bitter expression, "Big sister, be gentler next time. My butt hurts because of you. Today is the third night watch. I personally feel that this chapter should be condensed. However, I also feel that although some ink seems unnecessary, it is related to some of the later plot foreshadowing, so it cannot be omitted. Tomorrow, on the 4th, Xiao Yu will continue to update on the 5th. It should be around 7 p.m. If the fresh flowers reach 2:49 p.m. tomorrow night, Xiao Yu will update 10 p.m. Please don't update 2:50, or I will cry. Chapter 441. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Whoosh, as the short-braided woman left, Du Xiaofu struggled to free himself from the restraints on his shoulders. His head poked out of the hot spring, stirring up a lot of waves. "It's you." This time, Du Xiaofu also saw the woman in front of him clearly. Her eyes were bright, and in this hot spring pool, her slender figure was also tall and straight like a proud snow lotus. There was a hint of coolness in her elegant temperament. Du Xiaofu would never forget this woman. She was the woman in tight clothes who had wanted to snatch his blood infant Lingji back in the savage beast mountain range. Later on, he had even kindly applied medicine on her buttocks. "Bastard, that's what you get for being naughty. I definitely won't let you off." Last time, she had been taken advantage of in the savage beast mountain range, and this time, she was taken advantage of again in the hot spring pool. Her underwater body had already been bullied by him all over. How could the woman hold back any longer? Her slender figure suddenly turned into an afterimage, stirring up a splash of water. Instantly, she appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Chi! The waves rippled, and her slender figure was faintly discernible, graceful and alluring. Her slender hand suddenly waved out like a fairy dancing. A wave of energy spread out, and her slender hand slapped a palm print directly towards Du Xiaofu's chest. Carefree rippling steps. Du Xiaofu had no intention of resisting at all. A surge of mystical aura rippled out from his body, and in the pool, the water instantly surged like giant waves. All the water in the pool, which covered an area of more than 10 zhang, began to swirl, forming a huge wall of water in front of him. Whoosh, the woman's palm print passed through, and the energy runes exploded. Instantly, the wall of water shattered, and the pool water poured down like a torrential downpour. However, at this time, Du Xiaofu had also disappeared from the pool. "Little bastard, you can't escape." Cheng Xingnan was so angry that he stomped his feet. How could he calm down when he thought of everything that had happened in the pool? Du Xiaofu left the hot spring pool and activated his profound qi. A wave of fiery energy spread out from his body, drying his wet clothes and hair. After hurriedly tidying up his clothes, he followed the path he came from and immediately left. When they arrived at the gate of Guangyu Palace, they saw Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao and Blackie. "Big brother, where did you go? We couldn't find you. Although this place is big, there's nothing fun here." Seeing Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing sighed slightly. She was supposed to attend the wedding today, but the wedding was cancelled. She couldn't find anything fun in the palace, so she couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Let's go back first." Du Xiaofu didn't dare to stay in the imperial palace. Maybe that woman would catch up with him. It was better to leave first. "Senior Du, you haven't met my father yet. Why are you going back?" Before Du Xiaofu could finish his words, a familiar voice sounded. From the inner hall, a 17 or 18-year-old girl walked out. She seemed to have just taken a bath. Her hair was still wet, and under her slender eyelashes, her eyes were large and sparkling like black gems. Her figure was slightly round, but she looked very cute. Seeing the girl before him, Du Xiaofu felt awkward. Although it was hazy in the hot spring pool, Du Xiaofu could vaguely see that the girl in front of him was the girl before him. She was Cheng Yan, the top student of Tianwu Academy and the second princess of the Stone Dragon Empire. "That woman is her elder sister, the first princess of the Stone Dragon Empire," Du Xiaofu immediately thought of the tall girl. She must be the first princess of the Stone Dragon Empire. "Senior Du, what's wrong?" Cheng Yan stepped forward and asked Du Xiaofu, who was in a daze. "I'm fine." Du Xiaofu snapped out of his daze and said to Cheng Yan, "Then bring me to see your father now." "All right. Father must not be resting at this time." Cheng Yan nodded and led Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger out of Guangyu Palace. With the second princess Cheng Yan leading the way, they were able to pass through the heavily guarded palace unimpeded. However, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger attracted the attention of many guards along the way. The Golden Dragon Palace was grand and magnificent. Its eaves were green, and its ridges were decorated with colored beasts. The pillars were painted with colorful paintings, and the glazed roof tiles sparkled under the reflection of the moon and the stars. A bright crescent moon crossed the exquisite eaves and sprinkled a hazy yellow light around, making the palace appear mysterious and quiet. Looking from afar, the magnificent Golden Dragon Palace stood in the night like a golden palace. Cheng Yan stood in front of the Golden Dragon Palace and said to Du Xiaofu, "We're here. Father is in the Golden Dragon Palace. Let me take you in. The others can wait outside. Nephew Xiaofu, you can come in alone." As Cheng Yan finished speaking, a deep and magnetic voice came from the Golden Dragon Palace. "Senior Du, Father already knows you're here. You can go in by yourself." Cheng Yan said to Du Xiaofu. "Xiaoqing, wait for me here. Don't run around." Du Xiaofu instructed Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger. His expression changed slightly, and then he strode away. Boom! As soon as Du Xiaofu stepped into the Golden Dragon Palace, the entire palace trembled for no reason. This kind of tremor was difficult for outsiders to detect, but Du Xiaofu could sense it with his sharp soul power. What a strong imperial dragon aura! This Golden Dragon Palace is probably the place where the imperial dragon aura gathers. I'm afraid the imperial dragon aura wouldn't be so strong without thousands of years. The Stone Dragon Empire is really extraordinary. The Imperial Dragon aura is actually this strong. Zhen Qingquan's voice sounded in Du Xiaofu's ears. His voice was filled with surprise. Brother Qingquan, does the Imperial Dragon aura have any effect on ordinary people? When Du Xiaofu entered the palace, he whispered to Zhen Qingquan who was in the pagoda. At the same time, he stepped into the palace. Outside the Golden Dragon Palace, there were 2 dragons with golden scales and golden armor on the eaves. They were so lifelike that they looked as if they were about to soar into the sky. Their aura was so astonishing that it made people's hearts tremble. Ordinary cultivators would probably prostrate themselves on the ground just by approaching the Golden Dragon Palace. Of course it has an effect. The people inside aren't weak. I don't want them to discover me. I'll tell you about the Imperial Dragon aura when we get back. Zhen Qingquan's voice sounded in Du Xiaofu's ears. After walking through a long corridor, Du Xiaofu arrived at the palace. At this moment, the palace was brightly lit. It was incomparably splendid. The spacious hall was like a huge square. The inner pillars of the hall were supported by many red pillars, and each pillar was engraved with a coiling, lifelike golden dragon. It was a spectacular sight. The Imperial Dragon aura was everywhere. It made it difficult to breathe and stagnated one's Xian qi. In the center of the palace, a figure in a dragon robe was standing with his hands behind his back. He was rather fat. He wasn't very tall, but he had an absolute majesty. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of the palace. It was as if there was a golden dragon circling around him. It was intimidating even from afar. Greetings, Emperor Cheng. Du Xiaofu bowed slightly. The figure in the dragon robe should be the Emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire. He was known as Emperor Cheng and controlled the entire Stone Dragon Empire. What a powerful aura. At this moment, facing Emperor Cheng, Du Xiaofu felt the same kind of pressure he had felt when facing King Protector the day before yesterday. Perhaps it was because of the Imperial Palace's dragon qi, but this pressure was even more powerful than the one he had felt when facing King Protector the day before yesterday. It revealed an indescribable majesty, which was vaguely related to the Imperial Palace's dragon qi. "Ha, nephew, you don't need to be so courteous. Your father and I are friends. There's no need to be so polite." Emperor Cheng slowly turned around. Although there were no fluctuations of aura emanating from his body, people didn't dare to look directly at him. The dragon silhouette on his dragon robe fluctuated, as though it was alive. He stared at Du Xiaofu, and the light in his eyes seemed to be blossoming. He then said, "Seeing the son of my old friend, I can't help but recall the glory of my old friend. Emperor Cheng also knows my father." Du Xiaofu's eyes widened. His drunkard father's circle of friends was really wide. He knew people everywhere. Of course. Your father, Du Tingxian, was the champion of the Tianwu Academy's Tianwu tournament 20 years ago. He's the #1 expert of the younger generation in the entire empire. None of the kings could compare to him. How could I not make friends with such a person? Unfortunately, Emperor Cheng sighed lightly. He stepped forward and looked at Du Xiaofu. His deep eyes flickered with brilliance as he said, "But everything is fine now. I believe that if my old friend knew that his son could be so magnificent, he would definitely be happy and relieved." Emperor Cheng paused for a moment and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said, "Today, I'm meeting my old friend's son. Naturally, I can't let you return personally. I have a gift for you. It can be considered a meeting gift. Open it personally." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Cheng threw out a small golden box that was shining with golden light. It looked as if there was a small golden dragon coiling around it. It floated in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment. However, he immediately received the small golden box and opened it slightly. Roar. As soon as the small golden box was opened, a golden light burst out from the small box. It was as if the sun had jumped out. A golden dragon roared out and rushed to the top of the main hall. It pierced through the golden dragon hall and hovered above the imperial palace. The golden light bloomed, making the night sky as bright as day. At this moment, countless people in the imperial capital looked up at the sky. A pressure descended, causing people's hearts to tremble and want to crawl. Let's not talk about it anymore. My biological clock is the same every day. I only wake up in the afternoon and update late again. Let's continue writing. Based on tomorrow's explosive release, Xiao Yu will update one more time as an apology. I won't ask for forgiveness. You guys can push the fresh flowers to 250. Chapter 442. The golden dragon opened its mouth and shouted, Stone City Du Xiaofu, talented and brave, is conferred the title of Brave Marquis. His voice was like thunder, accompanied by an oppressive might that resounded throughout the imperial capital. This is the title of Brave Marquis. Du Xiaofu has been conferred the title of Brave Marquis. Usually, only kings are conferred the title of Emperor. This is the first time a Marquis has been conferred the title of Emperor. Du Xiaofu doesn't seem to be a martial Marquis yet. To be conferred the title of Marquis before becoming a Marquis, what a great honor. Being conferred the title of Marquis is enough to be called the leader of all marquises. Even the talent of the Du family doesn't seem to have the title of Brave Marquis. Within the imperial capital, there was a hubbub of discussion. In an instant, many forces were moved. What was the imperial palace planning to do with the title of Brave Marquis? Were they going to support Du Xiaofu? In the Du family, many auras fluctuated and many gazes flickered. Stone City Du Xiaofu, is the Qing family doing this on purpose? Are they finally starting to act against the Du family? What is the imperial palace trying to say? Are they explaining to Tianwu Academy, or does it have something to do with the Divine Light Court? Could it be that Du Xiaofu has already made the imperial palace make a decision? Stone City's Du family and Duke Du's residence are going to be lively this time. Within the imperial capital, sighs could be heard from the various dukes' residences. In the main hall, Du Xiaofu raised his head and was shocked when he heard the thunderous voice. He then lowered his head and saw a token in the shape of a ferocious tiger within the small golden box. It was shining brightly and looked ferocious. This is your identity as the Brave Marquis. From today onwards, other than the forbidden area for women and my Golden Dragon Palace, you can come to the imperial capital whenever you want. I've already arranged a residence for you in the imperial capital, Emperor Qing said to Du Xiaofu with a smile. Emperor Qing, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He was rather surprised by this. What are you worried about? Don't worry, as the Valor Divine Marquis, all you need to do is listen to orders. Just be a good Valor Divine Marquis. Unless the Stone Dragon Empire is in danger, you don't need to do anything. Moreover, you have a special status in the imperial capital. With the identity of the valiant Marquis, it will be beneficial to you. At least from today onwards, some people who want to make things difficult for you will have to ask for the imperial palace's opinion. Emperor Qing said to Du Xiaofu. Thank you, Emperor Qing. Du Xiaofu nodded. This matter had already been settled and he couldn't change it. At least for now, having the title of Brave Divine Marquis didn't seem to be a bad thing. Stone City still belonged to the Stone Dragon Empire in name. As a citizen of the Stone Dragon Empire, he naturally had to help when the Stone Dragon Empire was in danger. Alright, it's getting late. You should head back first. Emperor Qing looked at Du Xiaofu and said, 2 days later, there will be a competition between the younger generation of the Tianwu Empire and the Stone Dragon Empire. You should go and take a look. I will send someone to pick you up. Tianwu Empire, Du Xiaofu's eyes widened. When his master's revered weapon abode opened, people from the Tianwu Empire appeared in the dark forest. He seemed to have killed a few of them. Du Xiaofu nodded to Emperor Cheng and left the Golden Dragon Palace. As soon as Du Xiaofu stepped out of the Golden Dragon Palace, Du Xiaoqing happily pulled Du Xiaofu's arm and said, "Big brother, are you the valiant marquis we were talking about?" "I guess so. Let's go back first." Du Xiaofu nodded. Looking at the distant moonlight, there seemed to be a tall and slender figure approaching. He immediately said to the second Princess Cheng Yan beside him, "Is there any other way out of the palace? I need to hurry back." "Yes, come with me." Cheng Yan nodded and led Du Xiaofu and the others away. Inside the main hall, the imperial palace's dragon qi was dense. Golden dragons circled around the stone pillars as if they were alive. "Father, you have bestowed him the title of Divine Courage Marquis. The Du household and Divine Hall will most likely be dissatisfied with us." Cheng Xingnan's beautiful figure appeared in the main hall. She originally wanted to look for that guy, but she didn't expect that guy to run away so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Emperor Cheng clasped his hands behind his back. He looked at Cheng Xingnan with a faint smile on his face. After a while, he smiled and asked, "Xingnan, how long have you known Xiaofu?" "The last time you went to the Savage Beast Mountain Range, the Stone City was at the edge." "Have you been to the Stone City?" "Father, I don't know that bastard. I don't know him. I'm not familiar with him." Cheng Xingnan's delicate face blushed for no reason. "Is that so?" Emperor Cheng smiled lightly, and then he said in a low voice, "He's not bad. Little girl, you're not young anymore." When they left the imperial palace, it was already late at night. However, many streets of the imperial capital were still quite lively. "Brother Qing Chun, what is the imperial palace's dragon qi?" Du Xiaofu asked Jin Qing Chun, who was in the small pagoda in his arms, when there was no one around. "The imperial palace's dragon qi is where the dragon vein is. The emperor of the human world is protected by the imperial palace and can practice the emperor's law." "Didn't you find anything special in the imperial palace?" Zhen Qingchuan's voice sounded in Du Xiaofu's ears and into his mind. Du Xiaofu thought for a while and said, "The huge imperial palace is located in the center of the imperial capital. The 4 symbols are connected and the 8 directions are connected. It's like a huge tactical matrix." Zhen Qingchuan's voice continued, "I didn't teach you for nothing. The royal palace is indeed a huge matrix. This matrix encompasses the entire empire, but this matrix is different. It's not an offensive or defensive matrix, but a matrix that gathers the dragon veins and forms the dragon veins. It uses the power of faith of hundreds of millions of people in the empire to transform into dragon qi. The emperor oversees the dragon palace, and the dragon qi of the royal palace protects him. If one's cultivation isn't high enough, no one can do anything about it. If you want to break the dragon qi of the royal palace, you have to destroy the entire empire and break the dragon veins. So, the imperial palace's dragon qi is really terrifying." Du Xiaofu secretly clicked his tongue. No wonder he felt the terrifying aura in the Golden Dragon Palace. Outside the guest inn, late at night, a tall and sturdy young man stood quietly at the entrance of the inn. No one knew how long he had been standing there. He was dressed in a blue and white robe and his eyes were slightly closed. He was not as domineering as he used to be, but he was more steady and restrained. Suddenly, the tall and sturdy young man opened his eyes. There was a slight fluctuation in his gaze as he looked towards the distant street. Under the night sky, a young man in a purple robe and a young woman in a green robe were slowly walking over. As the young man in the purple robe and the girl in the green robe walked in, a little golden macaque stood on the young man's shoulder with a broadsword on its back. Behind the two of them was a black kitten. In this dark night, the black kitten's eyes were unusually frightening. "You're here." When Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing arrived at the entrance of the inn, they saw the tall and sturdy young man. It was Qian Jiuyu, who was supposed to be the bridegroom today. He was supposed to be in the bridal chamber at this time. I want to embark on martial arts again, so I'm here. Chang Guyu raised his head slightly and looked at Du Xiaofu. His seemingly calm eyes hid a fanatical expectation. In the past half a year, Chang Guyu had thought that he had completely given up. However, when Ouyang Shuang left today, he realized that he had never given up. He had never given up on martial arts. I only have a 30% chance of opening a new martial path for you. Maybe not even 30%. I don't know how far you can go on that path, and I don't know what will happen in the end. But it's very dangerous, and it's extremely painful. Ordinary people can't bear it. Think about it carefully, said Du Xiaofu. There's no need to think about it. I've already made up my mind. I'm willing to try. Even if there's only a 10% chance, I'm willing to try. There's nothing wrong with living an ordinary life, but it's not what I want, Chang Guyu said without hesitation. All right then, but I'm very tired today. I need a few days to prepare. Come find me in 7 days. You can think about it carefully during this time, Du Xiaofu said to Chang Guyu. All right, I'll come find you in 7 days. Chang Guyu nodded and turned around to leave. After a few steps, he turned around and said to Du Xiaofu, thank you. Then, he turned around and left. This guy's temperament seems to have improved a lot during this period of time. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and looked at Chang Guyu's back. Looks like we'll have to stay in the capital for a few more days. Du Xiaofu smiled as he looked at Chang Guyu's back. If he really succeeds, he'll be able to open a new path in the future. His current temperament is exactly what he needs. His divine gate is already broken. There's nothing he can do. Do you really have a way? Zhen Qingchun asked doubtfully in Du Xiaofu's ear. Only 30%. I still have to do an experiment on myself first. Hopefully, it will succeed, Du Xiaofu said softly. The two men and the two beasts returned to the inn. It was already late at night. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the bed. He formed a seal with his hands and a faint white light enveloped his body. An ancient aura spread out. That's right, a faint moon in the sparse forest. A faint moon gradually rose into the sky against the curtain of night. Above the bamboo forest, the clouds drifted away. It was as if a cloud of smoke had formed. It was like a dream. What do the Radiant Shrine, Tianwu Academy, and the Imperial Palace want to do? Are they still wavering? If they want to use my cheap grandson, even though I don't have many days left to live, I won't agree to it. In the bamboo forest, the North Vanquishing King was looking at the moon. He was wearing a plain long robe, causing his skinny chest to stick to his long robe. It looked like strips of blinds. Chapter 443. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. The next morning, the light of dawn slowly awakened the sleeping creatures. Inside the inn, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, the white light around him gradually receding. Sir, there are royal guards from the palace waiting outside. Outside the room, a waiter of the inn spoke. His voice was trembling, as if he had been greatly frightened. To be surrounded by so many people from the imperial palace so early in the morning, it was natural for him to be greatly frightened. People from the palace. Du Xiaofu was puzzled. At this time, Du Xiaoqing had also woken up. The two of them followed the waiter out of the inn. At this moment, there were quite a number of onlookers who had gathered outside the inn. All of them were curiously looking at the interior of the inn as they discussed animatedly. The spectators were all guessing. They did not know which important figure was staying in this inn, or which wanted criminal, for there to be over 100 royal guards waiting here so early in the morning. Greetings to the brave Marquis. Following the appearance of Du Xiaofu, over 100 royal guards with an extraordinary aura dismounted from their yellow-striped dragon horses. Dressed in yellow armor and with long swords at their waists, they saluted in unison, their aura causing the air to tremble. Rise! Du Xiaofu was stunned at first. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, he was able to handle it immediately. Looking at the 100 royal guards in front of him, he was quite puzzled. He did not know what they were here for so early in the morning. Senior Du, good morning. Your brave Marquis's manor has been prepared overnight. I have specially come to bring you there. Second Princess Cheng Yen emerged from the royal guards. Under her slender eyelashes, her eyes sparkled like black gemstones, and there was a smile on her face. After a while, under the surprised gazes of many, over 100 yellow-striped dragon horses with extraordinary aura, their bodies covered in yellow scales, and 2 horns on their heads galloped over. Wherever the iron hooves passed, dust would fly, and the ground would tremble. So that purple-robed youth is the valiant Marquis Du Xiaofu who was conferred the title of Valiant Marquis last night. I heard that Du Xiaofu caused havoc in the Du household the day before yesterday, and yesterday he defeated the genius of the Du household, Du Yi, in 2 moves. The imperial family has conferred Du Xiaofu the title of Divine Valor Marquis. Is this intentionally targeting the Du household? Could this be a sign that the imperial family wants to suppress the Du household? The Du household has stood tall for so many years, and it can be said that their achievements are greater than the lord's. The imperial family will naturally not be at ease. Following the second Princess Cheng Yen, Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing, they arrived at the Divine Valor Marquis's mansion, causing Du Xiaofu to be rather shocked. It was a large palace courtyard, with stone lions standing at the entrance and fierce tigers brandishing their claws on the stone pillars, causing people to be extremely shocked. Inside the Divine Valor Marquis's mansion, the courtyards intersected, extending in all directions. It was majestic and magnificent, with exquisite pavilions and terraces, secluded and beautiful corridors, reflected in the green pines and green cypresses, rockery, flower beds, bonsai, and bamboo. What a beautiful place, are we going to live here in the future? Du Xiaoqing seemed to be extremely satisfied with the Divine Valor Marquis's mansion. This will be your home in the future, you can live here whenever you want. Second Princess Cheng Yen said to Du Xiaoqing. Du Xiaofu sized up the surroundings and did not say much, but Second Princess Cheng Yen did not stop talking. From the Second Princess Cheng Yen, Du Xiaofu found out that although the Divine Valor Marquis's mansion was given to him, the Divine Valor Marquis was only a title, so the imperial family did not have any guards, maids, or housekeepers. They could only find them themselves, but they could claim expenses from the Ministry of Finance. However, there was also a certain quota. There were 100 guards, 50 maids, and around 50 male servants. It was quite a lot, and the treatment was roughly the same as the other marquis' mansions. After handing over some trivial matters, the second princess did not disturb them any further and left with the majestic royal army. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and laid down on the chair in the hall. Big brother, this place is not bad, much better than the inn. Du Xiaoqing said. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and did not say anything. This Divine Valor Marquis's mansion was indeed much better than the inn. What Du Xiaofu did not expect was that not long after they arrived at the Divine Valor Marquis's mansion, there was a long queue outside the door. All of them were dressed in bright clothes and seemed to be carrying congratulatory gifts. They were all here to pay a visit to the Divine Valor Marquis. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to get Du Xiaoqing to close the door and pretend that she was not around. However, the long queue grew longer and longer, and they did not seem to have any intention of leaving. In less than a few hours, there was a sea of people outside the Divine Valor Marquis's mansion. They were all people from various major factions in the imperial capital. Without a doubt, they were all here to build connections. Big brother, there are so many people outside. What should we do? Should we chase them away? Du Xiaoqing looked at Du Xiaofu with her innocent eyes and asked weakly. That's not good. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. They were here to deliver gifts, so he couldn't just chase them away. Who asked you to be so famous now? You are the Imperial Dragon and the Divine Valor Marquis. This is still considered a small number. I'm afraid that before long, there will be more and more people coming to build connections with you. A crisp voice was heard as a graceful figure walked into the hall. Her hair was tied up in a bun and the thin strands of hair on her temples complemented her peerless appearance. Her eyebrows were slender, and her eyes were bright. Her temperament was so cold that it seemed to keep people 1,000 miles away. However, there was no doubt that she was an absolute beauty. When he saw who it was, Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "I have already closed the door. Climbing over the wall isn't your style. The Divine Valor Marquis' mansion doesn't even have a single guard and you have closed the door. If I want to come in, I naturally have to think of a way myself." Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "On the other hand, as the Divine Valor Marquis, it doesn't seem good for you to hide, right? Don't make fun of me. Help me think of a way. What should I do?" Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu again and said, "I heard that you came to the Divine Valor Marquis' mansion and knew that you would be in trouble. Therefore, I have already informed Dark Wolf for you. His Wolf Fang escort agency is currently in the imperial capital and should be able to temporarily replace the guards. They should be here soon. As for the rest, let Dark Wolf handle it. He is the head of the Wolf Fang escort agency, so he should have the ability to do this." "Thank you." When Du Xiaofu heard this, he instantly let out a sigh of relief. In less than an hour, there was a commotion outside the Divine Valor Marquis' mansion. A group of more than 100 people arrived. Their aura wasn't weak, but they all looked ferocious. The leader was the head of the Wolf Fang escort agency, Dark Wolf. When Dark Wolf arrived, he seemed to have heard Ouyang Shuang's instructions. He immediately ordered people to guard the Divine Valor Marquis' mansion and opened the small door. He actually brought a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone with him. All the people who came to give gifts were recorded. The gifts could be left behind and the people could go back to wait. There were a few people from the forces who saw the sudden appearance of the Wolf Fang escort agency guarding the Divine Valor Marquis' mansion. They seemed to know the people from the Wolf Fang escort agency in the past and were instantly dissatisfied. They said that Dark Wolf's status wasn't legitimate and that he was definitely a liar. Although Dark Wolf failed to assassinate Du Xiaofu and was easily captured alive by Du Xiaoqing, he definitely wasn't a weakling. After seriously injuring a few people on the spot, he said arrogantly, "Whoever dares to be impudent in front of the Divine Valor Marquis' mansion, don't blame me for being impolite. If you want to pay a visit to the Divine Valor Marquis, then you have to abide by the rules. If you want to pay a visit to the Divine Valor Marquis, then it's your business. If the Divine Valor Marquis doesn't want to meet you, that's the Divine Valor Marquis' business. If you want to meet him, then meet him. What do you think the Divine Valor Marquis is your relative?" When Dark Wolf's voice sounded and coupled with his intimidating actions, no one dared to make a ruckus. They could only obediently register the visitor's information. This fellow is quite capable. In the hall, Du Xiaofu listened to the commotion outside with a face full of smiles. A year ago, the Wolf Fang's escort agency should be one of the top escort agencies in the capital. However, a year ago, after the former head of the Wolf Fang's escort agency was killed by an enemy, more than half of the Wolf Fang's escort agency was swallowed up. The remaining people are loyal old men who have been following Dark Wolf, who used to be the second head of the Wolf Fang's escort agency, to make a living. However, the Wolf Fang's escort agency, whose influence had been greatly reduced, had their territory snatched away. Many companies that were originally working with them also chose to work with other escort agencies. As a result, the Wolf Fang's escort agency deteriorated day by day, Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu. "Thank you. I really don't know how to repay you." Du Xiaofu smiled embarrassedly. He naturally knew that Ouyang Shuang used the power of the Ouyang residents to investigate Dark Wolf for him. After all, he planned to keep Dark Wolf by his side. Don't talk nonsense. My mother asked me to take care of you. Who asked you to be my younger brother? On Ouyang Xuan's beautiful face, her red lips were tender. She pouted slightly at Du Xiaofu and glanced at Du Xiaofu indifferently. Greetings, sir. After a while, Dark Wolf finally had the time to come in and meet Du Xiaofu. Ever since he saw Du Xiaofu defeat Du Yi in 2 moves, his face was full of respect and reverence. I'll leave everything in the Valor Divine Marquis residence to you. You can make all the decisions. The people under you will temporarily act as the guards of the Marquis residence, Du Xiaofu said to Dark Wolf. Yes. Dark Wolf nodded and was rather touched. He didn't expect that the most popular person in the capital would leave everything in the Valor Divine Marquis residence to him. Although this was hard work, it also represented a kind of trust in him. After all, he had just assassinated the youngest Divine Marquis in the capital 2 nights ago. Chapter 444. In the afternoon, Du Xiaofu had thought that he would be able to hide in the Divine Marquis manor with the Dark Wolf's presence. However, with the arrival of the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and Guo Xiaofeng, his thoughts of hiding in peace were dashed. When the general and Gu Xinyan arrived, they first joked about the 3 words, Divine Marquis. In the end, they helplessly told Du Xiaofu that they were all from their respective estates and hoped that they could represent their estates to congratulate him. With their relationship, no one mentioned any pleasantries. After all, none of them were the type to speak pleasantries. After some banter, a total of 7 people, including Ouyang Xuan, sat in the hall. Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao were nowhere to be seen. Du Xiaoqing was naturally not interested in such an occasion. The Kingdom War is the day after tomorrow. I don't know how it will turn out. I hope we don't become the sinners of the Empire. The general sighed. A rare solemn expression appeared on his chiseled face. Kingdom War? What's a Kingdom War? Du Xiaofu was curious. He didn't know anything about the Kingdom War. You really don't know? Wu Kei looked at Du Xiaofu suspiciously. The entire imperial capital, Dragon City, was abuzz with the news these days. The entire empire was paying attention to it. How could this fellow, who was still in the imperial capital, not know about it? He probably really doesn't know. Ouyang Xuan replied to Wu Quebec. She then said to Du Xiaofu, it's the battle between the younger generation of the Stone Dragon Empire and the Tianhu Empire. However, the wager for this battle is 10 prefectures. If our Stone Dragon Empire loses, we have to hand over 10 prefectures to the Tianhu Empire unconditionally. 10 prefectures? Isn't that a little too much? Du Xiaofu was surprised. In the empire, there were prefectures above a city, prefectures above a prefecture, and prefectures above a prefecture were directly under the empire's control. According to Du Xiaofu's knowledge, the Stone Dragon Empire currently had a total of 365 prefectures. Rumor had it that the 365 prefectures of the empire were all abnormally powerful. Each prefectural lord was equivalent to a feudal lord of a region. Under each mansion, there were hundreds of counties. Under each county, there were dozens of cities of varying sizes. A prefecture was definitely extremely large and had countless people. 10 prefectures were equivalent to thousands of counties and tens of thousands of small cities. How enormous was that? Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that the wager for the younger generation of the empire was 10 prefectures. Last night, Du Xiaofu remembered that Emperor Cheng had mentioned the Tianhu Empire to him. When his master's revered weapon cave abode opened, people from the Tianhu Empire had appeared in the dark forest. He had killed a few of them, including the palace lord of the Tianhu Empire. Therefore, Du Xiaofu didn't have a good impression of the people from the Tianhu Empire. After Du Xiaofu asked, Du Xiaofu found out about the wager for the younger generation of the 2 empires. The wager for the younger generation of the 2 empires was 10 prefectures. Therefore, it was called a kingdom war by the outside world. It was said that the Stone Dragon Empire and the Tianhu Empire had always had a lot of grudges between them. This grudge originated from the friction between the two empires' borders. The friction between the two empires had been going back and forth for a long time. Naturally, the grudges between the two empires became deeper and deeper. In the end, the grudges between the two empires couldn't be suppressed. There were many fierce battles between the two empires on the border. However, in terms of imperial strength, the Tianhu Empire was much stronger than the Stone Dragon Empire. However, the Tianhu Empire seemed to have some misgivings, so the two empires didn't go to war. After several rounds of negotiations between the empires, the two empires finally came to a tacit agreement. The wager for the younger generation of both empires would be 10 prefectures. It could be considered as a way to resolve the conflict between the two empires. Whether it was the Stone Dragon Empire or the Tianhu Empire, it was likely that both empires wanted to take advantage of this duel between the younger generation to properly assess each other's strength. After the final victory and defeat of both empires, the winner's morale would be greatly boosted while the loser would inevitably be negatively affected. This time, General Dian Shanhe, Ling Xian, Jade Maiden, Gu Xinyan, and the others hurried back from the academy because they were urged by the king's mansion behind them. This was because they had to prepare for the kingdom war in the imperial capital. They represented the peak of the younger generation of the Stone Dragon Empire. The Tianhu Empire is backed by the Sky Snake sect. It's a huge force and is one of the top 10 first-rate forces in the Central Plains. However, the Stone Dragon Empire only has the Tianwu Academy behind them. It's said that the Tianwu Academy is no longer what it used to be. In the past, countless young experts came out of the Tianwu Academy. Each of them was able to dominate the Central Plains and shock the entire continent. However, for some reason, the Tianwu Academy gradually declined. Thus, Ghost Child sighed and said, "It's said that the younger generation of the Tianhu Empire will be coming this time. There are experts from the Sky Snake sect among the top 10 first-rate forces in the Central Plains. Their strength is unimaginable. They are the peak existences among their peers in the Central Plains. The Sky Snake sect." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly. When he was in the barbaric Beast Mountain range, he had fought with the Sky Snake sect. Du Xiaofu had a deep impression of an expert from the Sky Snake sect who attacked him. However, he was intimidated by the mysterious beautiful woman who held him hostage. Later on, he met Zhu Shui of the Profound Talisman sect and Lin Buguang of the Profound Underworld sect. He even fought with Lu Kun of the Sky Snake sect. "You also know about the Sky Snake sect?" Ouyang Shuang asked as she looked at Du Xiaofu in confusion. She knew Du Xiaofu the best. He had left the Stone City and didn't know much about the outside world. It wasn't easy for him to know about the Sky Snake sect. "I've only heard about it." Du Xiaofu had only heard about the Sky Snake sect from Zhu Shui, Lin Buguang, and the others. He didn't know much about it. He didn't know that the Sky Snake sect was one of the top 10 first-rate forces in the central region. Upon hearing this, Gu Xinyan seemed to want to know more about the origin of the Sky Snake sect from Du Xiaofu. She said, "The Sky Snake sect is one of the top 10 first-rate forces in the central region. It is rumored that the experts in the sect are as numerous as the clouds. Every one of them has an exceedingly high cultivation and strength, and they own many empires. Perhaps the Stone Dragon Empire is just a drop in the ocean in the eyes of the Sky Snake sect. However, every disciple from the top 10 first-rate forces is incomparably powerful. Moreover, there are many outstanding talents who can shake the heavens and earth as soon as they step out of the sect. Their names resound throughout the world." After Du Xiaofu heard Gu Xinyan's words, he asked Guihua, Wu Kei, and the others, "Will you be participating in the duel the day after tomorrow?" "We don't have the qualifications to participate. There will be a total of 5 people in the duel tomorrow." Only the general and Gu Xinyan from the Tianwu Academy will be participating. This is also because we have the backing of the king's residence. The academy will never interfere in this kind of matter. As for the other three, one of them is the eldest princess, Qing Xingnan. Her status in the Divine Light Court is not low. It is rumored that her cultivation and talent are extremely terrifying. She shouldn't be below Du Yi, but she has been hiding it very deeply. The other two are Du Yi and Du Chang from the king's residence. However, Du Yi has already been defeated by you. I'm afraid that the duel the day after tomorrow will be even more disadvantageous for us. Guo Xiaofeng said to Du Xiaofu. When he mentioned Du Yi, he couldn't help but look at Du Xiaofu helplessly. How can the eldest princess be from the Divine Light Court? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't have a good impression of the people from the Divine Light Court. It's a long story. Perhaps we don't know much, so we don't know how to explain it. Ghost Child said, without a powerful force behind them, it's not easy for an empire to establish itself. Perhaps it's because the Tianwu Academy has been declining over the years and has never cared about the matters of the outside world. They also don't take orders from the Imperial Palace, so the Imperial Palace wanted to find another way out. Otherwise, not to mention the surrounding empires eyeing them covetously, even the Tianhu Empire wouldn't be able to deal with them. Therefore, back then, the eldest princess went to the Divine Light Court. Is the Divine Light Court also one of the top 10 forces in the central region? Du Xiaofu asked curiously. Of course. The Divine Light Court, the Sky Snake Sect, the Mysterious Underworld Sect, and the Profound Talisman Sect are among the top 10 forces in the central region. There are countless forces of various sizes in the central region, and experts are as common as clouds. However, the Divine Light Court, the Sky Snake Sect, the Mysterious Underworld Sect, and the Profound Talisman Sect are the top 10 forces. Ghost Child said to Du Xiaofu. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, are you interested in the day after tomorrow? If you can replace Du Xiaofu, our chances of winning will be much higher. It's more appropriate for me to go and take a look. I'm not interested in this. Du Xiaofu immediately shook his head and smiled. Then, he said to the general and Gu Xinyan, when I'm free, I'll go and take a look at your glory. After chatting about the kingdom war between the Tianhu Empire and the Stone Dragon Empire, it was already dusk when the general and Gu Xinyan left. After dusk, the Dark Wolf found Du Xiaofu again. Accompanying him was another initial stage martial lord, who was also the current second-in-command of the Wolf Fang Escort Agency. What surprised Du Xiaofu was that the second-in-command of the Wolf Fang Escort Agency was actually a woman in her 30s. Her curves were alluring. Perhaps it was because she worked in the escort agency, her facial features were delicate, but her skin was wheat-colored. Her entire person exuded a kind of wild beauty, which was called a phantom. Thank you, Commander Maple Leaf Piaoling, for the reward of 100,000. Chapter 445. After the two of them bowed, Dark Wolf reported the current situation at the Valor Divine Marquis residence. The major factions that had come to congratulate them were almost done with their registration. Many of the major factions and families in the imperial capital were among them. In addition, Dark Wolf had also found many servants and clever maids within half a day and quickly put them to work within the Valor Divine Marquis residence. Although everything was rushed, it was still orderly. The people from the Wolf Fang Escort Agency were also temporarily acting as the guards of the Valor Divine Marquis residence. Du Xiaofu praised the Dark Wolf for arranging everything in just half a day. Yangshuang had not misjudged him. This fiendish Dark Wolf had a fiendish appearance, but his thoughts were meticulous. He was extraordinarily meticulous despite his rough appearance. Sir, we have received many congratulatory gifts today. They are quite valuable. I have categorized them and placed them in this storage bag, together with the registration book. Please take a look, sir. Dark Wolf respectfully handed a Qiankuan bag to Du Xiaofu. Divide everything equally among the brothers of the escort agency. Also, help me say that they have worked hard today. Du Xiaofu didn't even look at the storage pouch. Although he knew that the gifts from the various large factions wouldn't be too shabby, there definitely wouldn't be any real treasures. Real treasures wouldn't be given out so casually. If they were to give it out, they would give it out personally. Sir, the gifts are quite valuable. Do you want to take a look again? Dark Wolf's gaze moved slightly. After being stunned for a moment, he continued to ask Du Xiaofu. There were definitely many congratulatory gifts today. With so many gifts from various factions, the value would definitely be shocking. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and said, "No need. If there are too many, you can leave some for the residence's future expenses. You can deal with it yourself, but don't forget about the brothers of the escort agency. The two of you shouldn't make things difficult for yourselves. I thank Sir on behalf of the brothers of the escort agency." Dark Wolf was overjoyed. To be honest, although they weren't weak, they had been hunted down by their enemies for the past year, and the business of the escort agency had gone through many twists and turns. Originally, there were 2,000 people in the agency, but now, some had betrayed them, some had left them, and most of them had joined other agencies. There were only about 100 of them left. Although they each had their own strength, it was easy for them to live a good life in a small place. However, because of the unwillingness in his heart, and also because of some things, he persisted. Thus, for so long, his life had been extremely difficult. Now that they had received the congratulatory gifts from the various major powers, it was definitely a shocking amount of replenishment for them. Although cultivators were capable of not eating or drinking for a long period of time, the consumption of cultivation resources was a world of difference compared to the consumption of food and drink by ordinary people. If they were unable to find any business to do in the near future, they would truly be unable to continue. Although it was tiring to act as guards today, Dark Wolf and many of his brothers from the escort agency felt relieved. They had begged many merchants to do business with them in the imperial capital, but they were treated with disdain. Although their cultivations weren't weak, and they were considered experts in the entire imperial capital, there were many marquises in the imperial capital. How could they not have some background if they were able to open a business in the imperial capital? Naturally, there was no need for them to give face to the current Wolfang escort agency. But today, outside of the Valor Divine Marquis residence, they saw many people from the major powers and families that they had lowered themselves to beg. After being dumbfounded in front of them, they immediately turned around and fawned over them. Although they didn't deliberately make things difficult for them, they did vent their anger a lot, and they felt relieved. This is what I should do. There's no need to thank me. Du Xiaofu smiled, then continued to speak to Dark Wolf. Remember to go to the Imperial Palace tomorrow and ask for money. According to the rules, we can receive the salary of 100 guards and quite a few servants. I don't know how much, but I'll share it with everyone. Our residence, Dark Wolf muttered softly as he looked at the purple-robed young man. There was some fluctuation in his eyes, then he turned around and left. Outside the hall, Phantom was dressed in tights and had a short sword hanging on her waist. When she walked, the accessories on the short sword jingled. She said softly to Dark Wolf, "Although he's young, I believe in you. Perhaps it's an opportunity for the Wolfang escort agency to follow him." "Thank you. If you didn't support me, I'm afraid that all of our brothers wouldn't have followed," Dark Wolf said to Phantom. "As long as we can protect the Wolfang escort agency and avenge our boss in the future, I'm willing to try," Phantom said. "I believe in my own choice," Dark Wolf said softly, his eyes filled with determination. "I didn't expect you to be so good at winning people's hearts. If they follow you wholeheartedly, they can be considered as your foundation in the imperial capital." Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu after Dark Wolf and Phantom walked out of the hall. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and said, "If they follow me wholeheartedly, I won't mistreat them." Ouyang Shuang didn't say anything. After pausing for a moment, she said, "Among the 8 great palaces, only Du Palace and Xie Palace didn't send anyone today. Du Palace naturally wouldn't send anyone. If Xie Palace sent someone, it would make us seem estranged. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. The Du household probably wished for him to disappear right now, so why would they come to the Divine Valor Marquis' mansion? And with his current relationship with the Xie household, if they came to join in the fun today, it would instead seem estranged. At night, the sky was inky blue, and there was a patch of jade in the sky. Twinkling stars hung in the sky. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the bed. After instructing little Tiger to protect him, he started to comprehend the holy body technique. After a while, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped by an ancient white light. He gradually immersed himself in the comprehension. The next day, there was still a long queue outside the Valor Divine Marquis residence. There was an endless stream of people who came to visit and give gifts. However, with Dark Wolf and Phantom making arrangements, everything in and out of the Valor Divine Marquis residence was in order. The situation was much better than yesterday. Everything was gradually going on the right track. These days, Du Xiaofu's name was often discussed in the streets and alleys of the imperial capital. However, as the date of the Kingdom War drew closer, the matter of the Kingdom War gradually heated up. I heard that the Tianhu Empire actually bet 10 palaces with our Stone Dragon Empire. They are really bold. Our Stone Dragon Empire has the talent from the Du family and the other great palaces. I'm afraid they will lose for sure. Someone had absolute confidence in the Stone Dragon Empire. I'm afraid it's not optimistic. The Tianhu Empire is not weak. Rumor has it that they are even stronger than our Stone Dragon Empire. They must have extraordinary talents in their younger generation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to compete with our Stone Dragon Empire's younger generation. There were also people who were worried. The Stone Dragon Empire had young experts, but so did the Tianhu Empire. I'm afraid that the Tianhu Empire's 10 palaces is just the beginning. Their true goal is to conquer the entire Stone Dragon Empire. Someone was worried about the Tianhu Empire's true goal. How dare the Tianhu Empire? Do they think our Stone Dragon Empire has no one? Someone was furious. As a citizen of the Stone Dragon Empire, how could they tolerate the Tianhu Empire plotting against the Stone Dragon Empire? Roar, suddenly, in the cloudless blue sky, the roar of a flood dragon suddenly sounded. The sound waves rolled and surged out, resounding throughout the entire imperial capital. Following which, 2 tiny dots of light appeared in the distant sky outside the imperial capital. Faintly, an extremely shocking aura swept over like a storm. The pressure caused huge waves to appear in the air. Roar, the 2 dots of light swept across the sky at an extremely fast speed. The dragon-like roar became louder and louder. Everyone in the imperial capital raised their heads to look at the sky. In just a short moment, many people's faces were filled with shock. At that moment, in the sky, 2 gigantic creatures that were dozens of feet long swept across the sky. From afar, they looked like 2 gigantic dragons. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that they were 2 huge green pythons. They were covered in scales that looked as if they were made of metal. Runes shone brightly, causing the surrounding air to surge like waves. Waves of ripples spread out, causing the xian qi in people's bodies to stagnate. The most shocking thing was that the 2 giant green serpents that looked like dragons were standing side by side in an orderly manner. They were extremely tame, and in the middle of the 2 giant serpents, there was actually a huge palace on their backs. Runes were fluctuating above the palace and its aura spread out. It was extremely terrifying. It's actually 2 jade blood dragon pythons at the Beast Lord realm. How terrifying. That palace has the insignia of the Tianhu Empire. They're from the Tianhu Empire. They must be here to participate in the Kingdom War tomorrow. The jade blood dragon pythons are demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking. 2 jade blood dragon pythons at the Beast Lord realm. The Tianhu Empire must be here to show off. Jingyue, Minghu, long time no see. Come down. Suddenly, a deep voice soared into the sky from within the imperial capital, resounding through the sky. Du Qingqing, long time no see. Why don't you come out and greet us? Isn't it a little impolite? Chapter 446. An ancient voice rang out from the palace on the backs of the two jade-blooded dragon pythons. The voice was accompanied by a strange power that caused the minds of those who heard it to tremble and feel pain in their ears. You guys are the ones who are rude to barge around in Dragon City. Do you need me to invite you down? As the low and deep voice sounded, a majestic figure wrapped in light appeared in the air in front of him. The symbol fluctuated faintly, and a bright silver snake light was released. A terrifying aura fluctuated endlessly, causing the spectators around the four dragon cities to tremble. However, it had unknowingly resisted the ferocious aura of the two jade-blood dragon pythons. It's the King Protector is here. Countless gazes trembled, filled with respect and awe. The King Protector was the core of the entire empire. His position was only below the Emperor of the Empire. Since the founding of the empire, the Du household had been guarding the borders of the empire for many generations. They were the first line of defense of the empire, and were respected by the citizens. As the King Protector floated in the air, the aura collapsed, and the bodies of the two jade-blooded dragon pythons trembled. Looks like your strength has improved a lot over the years. In the palace on the backs of the jade-blooded dragon pythons, two figures appeared out of thin air. One was a slender old man with long black hair, and the other was a burly old man with long brown hair. Both of them were surrounded by light, and two mighty auras gushed out from their bodies, pressing towards the King Protector at almost the same time. Humph! The Protector King let out a soft snort and did not make any move. However, the bright silver snake light around his body multiplied. A frightening and vigorous aura fluctuated endlessly like destructive waves, directly blocking the aura of the two old men. The entire sky shook at this moment. This is Dragon City. Does the Tianhu Empire want us old men to fight first? I'm more than happy to oblige. A faint voice rang out, but it contained some dominance. Immediately, a skinny old man appeared in midair. The sunlight shone on his tanned face, and the wrinkles on his face swam. The wrinkles on his face were like small paths that covered the fields. A bone-chilling pressure spread out, as if it wanted to freeze the entire space. The aura of coldness spread out, and the light around the black-haired old man and the brown-haired old man was immediately affected. The aura of coldness began to freeze them. I didn't expect the North Vanquishing King to come as well. However, there's no need for us to fight first. This time, we're just here to compare the younger generation. We hope that the younger generation of the Stone Dragon Empire can be as extraordinary and as powerful as the North Vanquishing King Protector King and the King Protector King. The black-haired old was the black-haired old black ha ha ha. The black-haired black ha 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 king, the dragon. These five people were all around the age of 20 to 24 or 25. Their temperaments were extraordinary. Their silhouettes stood quietly, and they could invisibly attract everyone's attention. The young man in the middle appeared to be around 21 or 22 years old. His eyes carried a smile. His slender figure and handsome face definitely appeared to be the type that was extremely popular with girls. However, that pair of slender single eyelids contained a dark coldness, causing his entire person to give off an evil feeling. Behind these extraordinary young men and women, there were also many burly men standing in the air. There were no less than 20 of them, and their auras surged. Their cultivation levels were all at the martial lord realm. Following the appearance of all these people, the wind and clouds in the sky faintly surged. An inexplicable aura suppressed the sky and spread out mightily. Then, under the gazes of many in the imperial city, the two enormous jade blood dragon pythons shrank in size. The runes on the palaces on their bodies flickered, and in the end, they were taken into the palm of the black-haired old man. Whoosh whoosh, immediately after, dozens of figures flew down from the sky and disappeared. Oh my God, did the North Vanquishing Prince personally appear just now? The North Vanquishing Prince is one of the few kings left in the 8 king palaces. The Xia King Palace's influence has always been below the Du King Palaces. The Protector King and the North Vanquishing Prince appeared. It seems like this war between the two kingdoms is very important to Emperor Cheng. He actually handed over the Du King Palace and the Xia King Palace at the same time. The aura of the people from the Tianhu Empire just now was so strong. The invisible power blocked the Xian Qi in one's body. It's too terrifying. At night, a bright crescent moon hung high in the sky, decorating the boundless night sky. It seemed vast and mysterious. The Du King Palace was grand and vast. It had been passed down for a long time in the Stone Dragon Empire since the founding of the Stone Dragon Empire. The Du family had many experts since the founding of the Stone Dragon Empire. It was said that among the founding elders, many families and forces had been submerged in time. However, the Du family was the one that had lasted the longest. It had been passed down since the founding of the Stone Dragon Empire. Every generation of the Du family would produce several top-notch youngsters, ensuring the strength and prosperity of the Du household, standing tall within the entire empire. In the main hall, many elders of the Du family and the Du family were seated. In the middle of the hall, there was a middle-aged man sitting upright. His aura was vigorous and domineering. In his deep eyes, there were flashes of lightning. His aura was terrifying. He was the protector king of the Du family, Du Qingcheng. Tomorrow is the kingdom war. The young experts from the Tianhu Empire are extraordinary. Du Yi is also injured. This seems to be extremely disadvantageous for us. An elder of the Du family said. The people from the Tianhu Empire are indeed extraordinary, but Du Yi has almost recovered. Moreover, with Du Chang here, we don't have to worry. Among the younger generation, there are only a few people who have the strength of Du Chang. We have been hiding for so long, providing Du Chang with the best cultivation resources. We have been waiting for this opportunity to let Du Chang soar into the sky and lead our Du family to rise up and prosper in the central region. An extraordinary old man said. His eyes trembled slightly, and his aura was oppressive. His cultivation was very strong. In the imperial palace, this time the emperor ordered Du Xiaofu to be sealed. Is he deliberately trying to embarrass our Du clan? Tomorrow, when Du Chang makes his move, he will definitely let the Qing clan know how wrong their decision was. A thin man said. Du Xiaofu and his son are extraordinary. A small branch family with a bloodline that is about to disappear can actually produce such a talented person. I'm afraid there must be some treasure left behind by our Du family's ancestors. A white-haired elder was full of expectation. His eyes trembled as he said, our main family has already gone to the Stone City's Du family branch family. They will definitely find the treasure. At that time, our Du family will have hope of prosperity. Du Qingcheng sat in the middle of the hall. He didn't speak, but his eyes flashed like lightning. It was extremely frightening. Father. At this moment, a young man slowly walked in from outside the hall. This was a young man in his mid-20s. He had a handsome face and an elegant figure. He wore a light green robe that was appropriate for him. It was not ostentatious, but it exuded an extraordinary air of nobility. His entire person exuded an innate noble and extraordinary aura. The young man's eyes were filled with arrogance. That arrogance came from his innate nature. His eyes were the same as Du Qingcheng's, flashing with a sharp light like lightning. Ju, are you ready for tomorrow's battle? As the young man appeared in the hall, Du Qingcheng finally spoke. His gaze was fixed on the young man. Tomorrow, I will give it my all. I will not disgrace the name of the Du family. The young man raised his head. On his handsome face, there was a proud arc at the corner of his mouth. This kind of pride made people feel comfortable looking at him. It was as if he was born with this kind of pride. Imperial Palace, Golden Dragon Palace. The dragon's stone pillar was lifelike and had an astonishing aura. Father, I've just received news from the sect. Among the 5 people from the Tianhu Empire, 2 of them are extraordinary existences in the Sky Snake sect. Especially the leader. He was originally unknown. His talent wasn't weak, but it wasn't extraordinary either. However, in the past 2 years, he seemed to have obtained some benefits. He actually activated the hidden ancestral bloodline in his body and became a human king. In the past few years, the Sky Snake sect had put in all their effort to nurture him. He even obtained the inheritance of the Manchues powerhouses. His cultivation base has reached a terrifying level. In the hall, Cheng Xingnan's delicate body was tall and straight like a proud snow lotus. However, her delicate face was filled with worry. Human King, hearing this, Emperor Cheng's eyes flashed. Instantly, a serious look appeared in his eyes. Far away, in a quiet palace. Under the night sky, a 21-year-old man and a 21-year-old woman stood quietly in the palace. How are the 2 of you preparing? A black-haired old man appeared and asked the man and woman. I'll do my best. I won't embarrass the Mu family. The woman's red lips were slightly parted. Her hair was soft and smooth, with a few strands hanging by her ears. Her waist was slender, her legs were long and slender, and her figure was graceful. She wasn't an ordinary woman. Her delicate appearance revealed an extraordinary temperament. It was difficult to find someone who could compare to her in the crowd. It's just a small stone dragon empire. It should have been destroyed long ago. If the Manchu didn't want me to come, I wouldn't have bothered to come. Chapter 447. It's just a small stone dragon empire. We should have destroyed it long ago. If it wasn't for the Manchu wanting me to come, I wouldn't have bothered to come. The young man's gaze was cold and sinister. His eyes flickered with a hint of arrogance. The stars in the sky flickered like the ripples in the sea. There was a boundless mountain range with countless people. Huge cities were built one after another. At this moment, all of them were shrouded in the night sky. It was like a black ancient heavenly serpent coiling across the horizon. It was incomparably majestic and gave people a strong sense of oppression. The mountain range overlapped with each other and numerous palaces stood tall. It was as if a heavenly palace had descended upon the mortal world. In one of the tall and majestic palaces, there was a huge shadow of a snake coiling around the palaces, which turned into inscriptions. I didn't expect the Sky Snake sect to participate as well. Could it be that they want to interfere as well? The Qing family of the Stone Dragon Empire isn't easy to control. It seems like we have to act quickly, said an old man in the main hall. His body emitted a faint glow and his aura was extremely terrifying. Then let's make a move as soon as possible. We have prepared for so long for this step, and we can't allow anyone to beat us to it. We have to make a move before the Sky Snake sect. If there's nothing else, you can leave first. Pay close attention to Tianwu Academy. An old man in his 70s sat in the middle of the main hall. His voice was majestic, as if he could look down on the world and shake the entire central region. Yes. In the main hall, everyone stood up. The experts who were famous in the central region respectfully left. Don't think too much about Tianwu Academy. Even if you obtain that item, so what? At most, you'll have the chance to dominate the central region. As long as you listen to our arrangements obediently, the entire central region will be yours. After the figures left the main hall, a strange light spread out from the main hall. The voice was dignified and indifferent. Within the light, a silhouette stood. It was impossible to see the person's face clearly. The light around him was like a miniature lightning ball. The lightning around him flickered like silver snakes, enveloping his entire being. The pressure was even more terrifying. It was destructive and overbearing, making it so that no one dared to get close. They could only look up. "Greetings, emissary." Looking at the person who had come, the old man in his 70s stood up. His attitude was respectful, but his brows were slightly furrowed as he said, "I also want to expand the strength of the temple. At that time, it will be easier for us to find the hidden descendants of the clan that the emissary is looking for." "Humph, I hope you're telling the truth. We were able to turn the Divine Light Palace from a second-rate force in the Central Continent to a first-rate force in the Central Continent in just a few decades. We even helped you reach your current level of cultivation. You have to know that we're the ones who gave you all this, so we can take it back at any time." The figure within the lightning ball said indifferently. His terrifying aura fluctuated, causing the entire hall to tremble for no reason. "Don't worry, emissary. You have done a great favor for me and the entire Divine Hall. I will definitely have everyone do their best to speed up the search for the descendants of that clan." When the old man in his 70s heard this, his expression changed slightly. He said, "I heard that emissary is still searching for the Imperial Palace's Dragon Chi. The Stone Dragon Empire has existed for thousands of years and the Imperial Palace's Dragon Chi is even denser. When the matter with the Tianwu Academy is resolved, I will definitely give the Imperial Palace's Dragon Chi to you. A wise man submits to circumstances. My support of you back then was not in vain, allowing the Divine Light Palace to reach its current status. The Imperial Palace Dragon Chi is a treasure, and it will be of great use to me when I take it back. If the Imperial Palace Dragon Chi is really rich, I will definitely reward you." Within the lightning ball, the indifferent and dignified voice chuckled sinisterly. He continued, "If you want to deal with the Tianwu Academy, you have to be careful. The Tianwu Academy wasn't simple back then. Even though they suffered a calamity in the end, they might still have some hidden trump cards. Our identities are extremely sensitive in the outside world and it's not the time to expose ourselves. If we expose ourselves before we achieve great things, it will be inconvenient for us in the future. You have to be careful. Thank you for your reminder, emissary." The old man in his 70s nodded. "Find the hidden descendants of that clan as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer. Over the years, we have found quite a number of them, but none of them have the rightful owner. We have to speed up the search." As the indifferent and dignified voice sounded, the silver lightning snake flickered and everything disappeared from the hall. Looking at the disappearing figure within the lightning ball and silver snake, a trace of coldness flashed through the old man's eyes. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he muttered, "When I obtain the item from the Tianwu Academy, I will strengthen the deity's hall. When that time comes, I will no longer be controlled by you." Another day had passed. Early in the morning, the first rays of the morning sun shone across the sky. As the first ray of sunlight appeared on the eastern horizon, the entire imperial capital was in an uproar. Figures began to gather at the central plaza of the imperial capital. Today was the day of the battle between the younger generation of the Stone Dragon Empire and the Tianwu Empire. It was known as the Kingdom War and no one wanted to miss such a grand occasion. However, the Imperial Palace had already issued a ban. In order to maintain order, no one was allowed to ride on demonic beast mounts or fly. Those who disobeyed would be severely punished. Thus, early in the morning, figures gathered on the streets and surged towards the central plaza of the imperial capital. At the center of the imperial capital, there was a huge plaza. It was surrounded on 3 sides and could accommodate millions of spectators. On the 4th side, there was a huge city tower. Standing on the city tower, one could overlook the entire plaza. Usually, this was the place where the imperial capital held important events or offered sacrifices. Although the plaza could accommodate millions of spectators, it was already a terrifying number. However, compared to the hundreds of millions of people in the entire imperial capital, it was extremely small. First come, first served. Those who were late could only wait and watch from the nearby streets. The duel between the younger generation of experts would definitely be held in midair. At that time, they would be able to observe the fight from afar. Du Xiaofu, who had quietly trained for 2 nights and 1 day, withdrew the white glow around his body this morning. After spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, he slowly opened his eyes. A powerful aura shook the entire room, causing it to tremble slightly. Immediately, he walked out of the room. After walking out of the room, Du Xiaofu saw Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Dark Wolf, and Phantom who were already in the hall. Someone from the Imperial Palace is here to bring you to the plaza. Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu. Go. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. A battle between the younger generation of the Stone Dragon Empire and the Tianhu Empire. Du Xiaofu naturally did not want to miss such a lively event. Furthermore, the Emperor Cheng had mentioned that he would send someone to bring him to the plaza. Hence, he had already made plans. After speaking, Du Xiaofu looked at Dark Wolf and Phantom. His index finger gently stroked his chin as he smiled and said, "The 2 of you can accompany me. Bring along a few smart brothers as well. It's the first time the Valor Divine Marquis residence is going out, we can't be too shabby." Yes. Dark Wolf and Phantom both had the intention to go. Following the Valor Divine Marquis would naturally give them a different treatment. They might even be able to see the famous experts of the Empire up close. Hearing this, the 2 of them were immediately overjoyed and went to make arrangements. In a short time, under Dark Wolf's arrangements, 7 burly men in brand new armor arrived in the hall. Each of them held their heads high and their chests puffed out. Among the 7 of them, 5 of them were at the perfect pulse spirit stage. The remaining 2 were at the peak of the pulse spirit stage. Even though the 7 of them were not at the martial marquis realm, they were still considered top figures in the imperial capital. Even if they were in the imperial palace, they would still be mid-ranked leaders. However, the 7 of them were dressed as guards, which made Du Xiaofu stunned. It seemed that although there were not many people left in the Wolf Fang escort agency, their overall strength was the most elite. Du Xiaofu felt that it wouldn't be too shabby to bring 7 Meridian Spirit Realm guards and 2 Martial Marquis Realm stewards to the plaza to participate in the competition. After a while, a flying demonic beast from the Imperial Palace circled outside the Valor Divine Marquis residence. Everyone leaped onto the flying demonic beast and headed to the plaza. In mid-air, on the back of the flying demonic beast, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he looked down at the terrifying number of densely packed figures on the streets of the city. Du Xiaoqing was rather excited. If not for Du Xiaofu holding her back, she would have run down to the crowd below to join in the fun. After that, Du Xiaofu found out the rules of the competition between the 2 empires from Ouyang Shuang. Each empire would send out 5 people, and the loser would leave the stage. The winner could continue to fight or take the initiative to leave the stage. In the end, it would be considered a loss until all 5 people from one of the empires were defeated. Although it was said that there was an agreement not to take the lives of others on purpose during the competition, there were also rules. If the loser didn't take the initiative to surrender and still fought with his life, then life and death could only be left to fate. The rules are simple and neat. Du Xiaofu said softly. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the plaza, he was somewhat speechless when he saw the densely packed crowd below. Chapter 448. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Even the streets around the square were filled with crowds of people. Looking down from above, it was as crowded as a swarm of ants. The sheer number of people was astounding. The flying beast landed directly on the city gate tower in the square. The city gate tower was continuous, and the area was not small. At this time, the city gate tower was already crowded with people. With the people from the palace leading the way, Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Xuan, and Du Xiaoqing easily made their way to the front row. Along the way, quite a few people recognized Du Xiaofu and pointed at him, discussing in low voices. Senior Du, a moment later, just as everyone had made their way to the front row, a clear voice rang out in Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu raised his head to look and saw that it was the second princess, Cheng Yan, waving for him to come over. Du Xiaofu's brows twitched slightly, but he still walked over. Senior Du, you sit here. This is the best seat, you can see the most clearly, Cheng Yan said to Du Xiaofu, indicating for Du Xiaofu to sit in the empty seat beside her. This seat is indeed not bad. Du Xiaofu had not yet spoken when Du Xiaoqing had already sat down unceremoniously. At this time, how could Du Xiaofu dare to sit first? At this time, there were quite a few familiar faces in the front row. Some of the generals behind, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, Gue Hua, and the others were also present. He nodded slightly in greeting. In addition, Du Xiaofu also saw Du Yi, whom he had defeated 3 days ago. However, at this time, Du Yi looked as if he had recovered without any major problems. This surprised Du Xiaofu quite a bit. The Du royal household must have spent a lot of money to help Du Yi recover from his injuries. In the crowd, Du Yi's eyes were cold and gloomy. He stared closely at Du Xiaofu, but there was also fear in his eyes. Facing Du Yi, Du Xiaofu naturally didn't pay much attention to him. He glanced at Du Qi and the other younger generation behind Du Yi and saw Du Yunxin among them. In front of Du Qi's body, Du Xiaofu also saw many experts from the Du family. When he had swept through the Du family, these people had all appeared. However, when these experts of the Du family saw Du Xiaofu, they frowned slightly with disgust in their eyes. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but smile faintly and didn't pay much attention to them. Among the several people sitting in the front row of the Du family, Du Xiaofu's gaze slightly moved. There was a big man in his 50s sitting in the middle. He looked extremely old and had a heroic aura. The aura around his body was restrained, but there was an invisible ripple of extremely terrifying aura that affected the profound qi in the surrounding people. Inside and outside the square, many gazes were cast on this big man. Their gazes were trembling from afar, filled with respect and awe. Protector of the king. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. However, the protector of the king was sitting upright and looking straight ahead, with no intention of looking at him. Du Xiaofu naturally wouldn't go up and ask for a snub. After all, he didn't have much relationship with the Du royal household. On the other hand, beside the protector of the king, there was a young man in green robes who was sitting upright, which attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. There wasn't any aura fluctuation on this young man's body. It was hidden extremely well. However, within his eyes, there was a kind of sharp light that inadvertently flashed, like lightning. I didn't expect an outstanding talent to appear in this empire. He can be considered very strong. Zhen Qingquan's voice softly said beside Du Xiaofu's ear, "Kid, don't casually contact me. I'll just talk to you. There are 2 people with extraordinary strength here. If you take the initiative to talk to me, I'm afraid that they will discover my existence. If I look for you, I'm not afraid. With my recovered cultivation, I can hide from their prying eyes. However, it will be difficult for you to hide from their prying eyes." Outstanding talent. Could it be the rumored strongest person hidden in the Du family? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's gaze once again landed on the young man from the Du royal household. The young man from the Du royal household seemed to have also discovered Du Xiaofu's gaze. He slightly glanced to the side, and on his handsome face, there was a proud arc that made people feel comfortable looking at him. Then, he turned his gaze away. Immediately after, Du Xiaofu's gaze continued to scan the surroundings. Even the first Princess Cheng Shengnan, who he saw in the Guangyu Palace that day, was sitting in the front row. She was dressed in an orange-red robe, and her elegant temperament was somewhat cold. However, at this time, it was as if she didn't see Du Xiaofu at all. The first Princess Qing Shingnan's performance made Du Xiaofu feel a lot more relaxed. At least she wouldn't flip out on him on the spot. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. And beside the first Princess Qing Shingnan, Du Xiaogang felt a rather unhappy gaze, which faintly revealed a chill. The owner of this gaze was a slightly plump young man, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Du Xiaofu also knew this person. It was Qing Chao, who was ranked 4th in the Tianwu Academy's new student assessment. He was ruthlessly trampled by him. Du Xiaofu remembered that Qing Chao's cultivation was at the Pulse Realm's initial stage. Now, he was already at the peak of the Pulse Realm's Nirvana realm. Calculating it, his improvement was already quite terrifying. Qing Chao sat upright and looked helplessly at Du Xiaofu in front of him. However, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he felt very sullen in his heart. Back then, he was severely injured by Du Xiaofu. Every time he thought about it, he would get angrier. This Du Xiaofu actually didn't put him in his eyes. This was something he couldn't tolerate. However, with Du Xiaofu's current strength and status, even if he was still a prince in the imperial capital, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu naturally didn't put a Pulse Realm Qing Chao in his heart. In fact, he didn't even need to pay attention to him. Soon after, he saw a familiar figure not far from the front row. Xie Fei from the Xie family was also sitting upright. She was charming and charming. She lacked the coldness of Qing Shingnan, but she had more charm. "Greetings, Grandpa Xie." Du Xiaofu went to Xie Fei's side. At this moment, the person sitting beside Xie Fei was the North Vanquishing Prince. Du Xiaofu didn't need to pay attention to other people, but since the North Vanquishing Prince was here, he couldn't ignore him. "Boy, why are you so late? Let me introduce you. This is the King Protector of the Du household. He had a good relationship with your father." North Vanquishing Prince said with a smile when he saw Du Xiaofu. His words deliberately revealed a certain meaning. Sure enough, after the North Vanquishing Prince's words, many people in the surroundings, including the Xie family, were puzzled. The King Protector's gaze also slightly changed, but soon returned to normal. He looked at the North Vanquishing Prince with a smile and said, "Grandpa, when did this Du Xiaofu become your grandson?" "It's been a long time. I'll tell you later. Anyway, this boy is now my grandson. In the future, please take care of him. Don't let my grandson bully him alone in the imperial capital." North Vanquishing Prince said loudly. North Vanquishing Prince must be joking. I didn't expect Grandpa to be so fond of joking. Du Xiaofu is now the Divine Valor Marquis. With Grandpa around, who dares to bully him? After the North Vanquishing Prince's words, many people in the surroundings, as well as the nobles and ministers of the empire, immediately smiled apologetically. They were extremely respectful in front of the North Vanquishing Prince. As expected, the new generation excels the old. I'm really happy for Ting Xian that he has such a son. Du Qingqing sat upright and smiled indifferently. No other changes could be seen on his face. Thank you for your praise, King Protector. The younger generation of the Du household is also a giant among men. Du Xiaofu replied indifferently, then said to the North Vanquishing Prince, Grandpa Xie, I'll go back and sit down to watch the battle. Many people in the surrounding palaces were secretly moved. At this time, everyone knew the relationship between Du Xiaofu and the Du household. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was so calm and composed in front of the Protector King, just this calmness alone was extraordinary. After Du Xiaofu's words, many people in the Du household had ugly expressions. Du Xiaofu said that the younger generation of the Du household is also a giant among men. When this fell into the ears of the people in the Du household, the meaning was completely different. 2 days ago, Du Yi of the Du household was defeated in 2 moves. At this time, these words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. It was clearly insulting. Okay, go down. Those people over there are people from the Tianhu Empire. The younger generation is not weak. You should watch the battle carefully. It might be beneficial for you. The North Vanquishing Prince said to Du Xiaofu with a smile. Du Xiaofu retreated and sat down on an empty seat beside Du Xiaoqing. Dark Wolf, Phantom, and the rest stood behind Du Xiaoqing and looked at the many experts around them. They even saw the Protector King, the North Vanquishing Prince, and the experts from the escort agency. They all looked at each other in shock. After Du Xiaofu sat down, he found that the person sitting beside him was Ouyang Shuang, and the person sitting beside her was Ouyang Qiu of the Ouyang household. He nodded slightly as a greeting. After that, Du Xiaofu looked at the square below. At this time, as time passed, there was already a sea of people. In the spectator area, there were no more people squeezing in. In the black sea of people, there were also many young boys and girls screaming and worshipping voices. Just by listening casually, Du Xiaofu heard the names of General Bu Dian Shanhe, Jade Maiden Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan, First Princess, and Du Yi. There was also a name called Du Chang that was extremely loud in the cheers and shouts. Du Xiaofu guessed that it should be the talent of the Du family. Chapter 449. It was a sea of people. The sound waves converged and soared into the sky, resounding throughout the sky. Under the influence of this boiling atmosphere, Du Xiaofu's heart began to heat up. He was somewhat looking forward to the beginning of the duel between the two empires' peak younger generation. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the surroundings. Then, he looked towards the place mentioned by the North Vanquishing Prince. There were dozens of figures standing there. In front of them sat a dozen people. Faintly, the aura emitted from them was extremely valiant. It's him. When Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on a young man sitting in the middle of the crowd, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. Du Xiaofu recognized the young man at a glance. He was the Sky Snake Sect's Lu Kuan, whom he had met and fought with in the Savage Beast Mountain Range. Unexpectedly, there was a feeling of enemies meeting on a narrow road. He did not expect to meet Lu Kuan here. A rather sinister and cold gaze swept across from Lu Kuan's slender single eyelids and firmly landed on Du Xiaofu's body. When their eyes met, both of them were slightly stunned. Then, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. That sinister gaze was suffused with a sneer, becoming even more sinister. Buzz! At this moment, a melodious and crisp sound of a bell resounded from the city tower. At the same time, the clamorous screams from the square below that soared into the sky immediately quieted down. As the sound of the bell fell, the North Vanquishing Prince, who was sitting in the center of the city wall, stood up and swept his gaze across the square below. At this moment, countless gazes from both inside and outside the square fell on this old man who had an extremely high reputation in the empire. The North Vanquishing Prince's reputation was definitely higher than the new Protector King's. The younger generation of the Stone Dragon Empire and the Tianhu Empire will be dueling. Each side will send 5 people to fight. The loser will retreat and the winner will continue until one side is completely defeated. As the representative of the Stone Dragon Empire, I hereby announce the start of the duel. At the same time, as the North Vanquishing Prince's voice was heard, an old man with long black hair stood up from the Tianhu Empire's formation not far away. He looked around and said loudly, "In this duel, those who do not surrender will live and die in the hands of fate. The final winner will obtain 10 prefectures from the other empire." As the representative of the Tianhu Empire, now announced the start of the duel. As the two waves of sound reverberated in the air one after another, the sound waves overlapped, allowing the countless onlookers in the square to hear them clearly. Boom! At the same time, all around the square, there was a huge uproar. Just as the North Vanquishing Prince and the black-haired old man finished speaking, a figure flashed out from the Tianhu Empire's formation. Qi, that body directly rose from the edge of the city tower. With a leap, it appeared just like an eagle pouncing on its prey. It landed in the middle of the square below in front of quite a number of surprised gazes. Chi, just as the body was about to land, a surge of Xian Qi suddenly surged out from the body. Then, the body rotated 720 degrees in the air and slowly landed in the middle of the square. The person who landed was a young man in his early 20s. His skin was fair, and his temperament was extraordinary. His facial features were delicate with a touch of handsomeness. However, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Then, he looked at the Stone Dragon Empire's city tower and said indifferently, "Tianhu Empire's Fu Junyi, please advise me. I'll go and meet him first." On the city tower, Gu Xinyan's eyes flashed as her voice fell. She flicked her sleeves slightly and her graceful body suddenly flew into the air. Then, under the gazes of everyone present, she was like a fallen leaf in the wind. Gently and gracefully, she fluttered in the air and slid down gracefully. The figure's red dress was dazzling, and her posture was graceful. Her moving figure and temperament were untainted by the mortal world. Immediately, there were many cheers and shouts from the crowd below. Even on the city wall, there were many young men and women who were cheering for Gu Xinyan's performance. Some of the elders secretly nodded their heads. On the square, two figures looked at each other. Looking at Gu Xinyan, who was slowly descending, Fu Junyi's face flashed with a faint smile. Suddenly, the Xian Qi around his body surged, and a faint light spread out from his eyes. Gu Xinyan's beautiful face slightly moved, as if she felt something. Then, she focused and her Xian Qi surged, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became tense. As the two stood, everyone's gazes were fixed on them. The atmosphere was tense and gradually heated up. The long-awaited battle between the two empires' peak younger generation was finally about to begin. Chi. Gu Xinyan moved. In her beautiful eyes, light bloomed. The hand seals in her hands began to change and condense. As the hand seals changed, the energy of heaven and earth suddenly fluctuated rapidly from the surrounding air. "You want to arrange a charm array? It's not that easy." Fu Junyi shouted coldly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. His clothes fluttered, and his figure swept out like a ghost. He quickly appeared in front of Gu Xinyan. With a wave of his hand, runes surged, and Xian Qi spread out in all directions, covering the sky. Like a violent flood, it swept towards Gu Xinyan, preventing her from arranging the charm array. Gu Xinyan's beautiful face slightly changed. The mighty energy was crushed. The opponent's speed was amazing. She had to give up on arranging the charm array, and her figure quickly avoided the attack. At the same time, Gu Xinyan's body was wrapped in a Xian Qi light shield. She waved her delicate hand and turned it into a palm print. Vast pressure spread out, and swept towards Fu Junyi. Fu Junyi's eyes were sharp. His figure was like lightning, and he leaned back at a 45-degree angle. Just as he avoided Gu Xinyan's attack, he clenched his hand into a fist. Wrapped in a mysterious talisman, he swept it towards Gu Xinyan's shoulder and back. In a short time, the two of them had caused an uproar in the square. Their figures intertwined like lightning, and both were as fast as lightning. Their attacks crisscrossed, and they rarely collided. However, it was often this kind of fight that was more dangerous. Bang bang bang. Once the two of them collided head-on, their powerful Xian Qi would shake the sky and shatter the runes. Low muffled sounds could be heard from time to time. There was no doubt that the two of them were extraordinary. Neither of them was weak. They were one of the top existences among their peers. Many of the old people on the city tower sighed and were shocked. Gu Xinyan knew her advantage, so she had been seizing the opportunity to arrange the charm array. She wanted to display the strength of a talisman and martial artist. However, Fu Junyi was not stupid. He was extremely smart, and he knew the principle of fighting in one go. He did not allow Gu Xinyan to arrange the charm array. His continuous attacks were launched, and he tightly entangled Gu Xinyan. Gu Xinyan's graceful figure fluttered in the air. Under the fierce attacks of her opponent, she did not change her expression or panic. This kind of exciting fight was evenly matched. The surrounding onlookers were unable to take their eyes off her. Occasionally, there would be onlookers cheering for Gu Xinyan. Their voices were monstrous. Martial Marquis Peak Profound Realm. It seems that she has improved a lot in the heavenly martial seal realm. Du Xiaofu looked at the fight in the square, and he was quite moved. Compared to the heavenly martial assembly, Gu Xinyan had improved a lot. However, watching Fu Junyi made Du Xiaofu frown. Although Fu Junyi had been continuously attacking, he had not used his full strength. It was enough to see that there was something else nearby. He might have left something behind. What do you think of the fight between the two of them? Unknowingly, Guo Xiaofeng, Ghost Child, and Wu Kei were standing behind Du Xiaofu's seat. I can't see it. The two of them have not used their full strength. However, if Gu Xinyan does not have time to arrange the charm array, she will be suppressed. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, and then replied to the three people behind him. Swish, as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Gu Xinyan's delicate body under her red clothes was like a willow tree. Her delicate hands moved slightly, and a cloud of runes appeared in front of her. The cloud of runes swept across the sky, and runes fluctuated in the sky. Under the brilliance, it contained a pressure that could destroy everything. Flowing cloud sky dance. Gu Xinyan shouted. Countless runes surged out of her sleeves, and like a cocoon of light, it suppressed and enveloped Fu Junyi. Fu Junyi's expression changed slightly. His hand seals changed rapidly, and turned into runes that filled the sky. In the end, they condensed into a rune energy ribbon, which stirred up the surrounding air waves and directly collided with the cloud of runes that filled the sky. Swish, there was no loud explosion, and only a terrifying surge of energy swept out, causing the space to tremble. Then, under many shocked gazes, the cloud of runes that filled the sky locked onto Fu Junyi and tightly wrapped around him. Jade Spirit Palm, her figure was graceful and tender, and her long black hair was draped over her waist. At this moment, a strange energy fluctuation fluttered behind her head. Gu Xinyan's beautiful figure appeared in front of Fu Junyi. Her delicate hand fiercely shot out a palm print that crushed the sky. Drought Palm. The runes on his body soared into the sky. Fu Junyi used all his strength to break free from Gu Xinyan's cloud of runes. In a panic, his palm print collided with Gu Xinyan's. In an instant, the terrifying runes dazzled, and a resplendent rune light burst out. Swish, Gu Xinyan's delicate body was directly pushed back, but she stabilized her body after a few steps. Swish, but at this moment, Fu Junyi's body was directly sent flying, and he stabilized his body after flying for dozens of meters. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It's time for the 6th watch, and there will be an update, but it will be a little late. Little you will go and have a meal first, and then continue writing. Chapter 450. However, Fu Junyi's body was sent flying. He only stabilized his body after flying for dozens of meters. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Gu Xinyan was looking at Fu Junyi, who seemed to have suffered a loss after being forced back. However, there was not much fluctuation in her beautiful eyes. Her hands began to rapidly form seals. One after another, the energy of heaven and earth rapidly fluctuated in the air. Her long black hair danced behind her head along with the energy fluctuations. This scene was fierce and violent, yet beautiful like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. Fu Junyi steadied his body in the air and looked at Gu Xinyan, who was rapidly forming hand seals. His pale face suddenly flashed with some strange fluctuations. He stamped his foot on the void and his figure shot out like lightning towards Gu Xinyan. At this moment, Gu Xinyan's last seal was finally formed. On her delicate palm, a total of 18 formation flags were formed. Inside the formation flags, there was a shocking fluctuation. Pfft. At this moment, all the energy in Gu Xinyan's body seemed to have been poured into the 18 formation flags. Her delicate face turned as pale as ash. A person who cultivates both talisman Taoism and martial arts. If they can master both, they will be extremely terrifying. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. A 5-star mysterious level talisman master. Du Xiaofu was moved. It seemed that Gu Xinyan had not only made a breakthrough in martial arts within the heavenly martial talisman realm for half a year, but she had also made another breakthrough in talisman master. From the aura that was spreading out from Gu Xinyan's body, Gu Xinyan was not far from the 5-star talisman master nirvana realm in terms of talisman master cultivation. In the heavenly martial talisman realm for 5 years, Gu Xinyan had made breakthroughs in both talisman Taoism and martial arts. More importantly, she had made progress in her comprehension, which was already extraordinary. Humph. In a short moment, Fu Junyi's figure appeared in front of Gu Xinyan. 4 directions mountain ceiling formation. Gu Xinyan didn't waste any time. She waved her hand and set up a charm array. 18 formation flags immediately flew into the air and wrapped around the front with lightning speed and trajectory. They turned into dazzling rune-like pillars and disappeared, wrapping around Fu Junyi. Rumble. In an instant, dazzling runes spread across the sky, and a powerful rune array appeared in midair. Endless energy runes seemed to distort the space, and finally, they faintly turned into the shadow of an ancient, huge mountain. Boom! The mountain descended from the sky, its entire body rippling with mysterious talisman markings. An ancient aura suffused the air, as if a divine stone had descended from the heavens to suppress the sky. A 5-star mysterious charm array. If Fu Junyi from the Tianhu Empire tried to break it by force, he would not be able to do so unless he was at the peak of the martial lord realm. Is that guy from the Tianhu Empire going to lose? Humph. Does the Tianhu Empire really think they can compare to the Stone Dragon Empire? Seeing that Fu Junyi from the Tianhu Empire was wrapped in Gu Xinyan's charm array, everyone was shocked. They waited with bated breath. It seemed that the guy from the Tianhu Empire was going to lose. Something doesn't seem right. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were fixed on the huge mountain charm array in front of him. Within the terrifying ancient aura, there were some ripples of worry. Not good. In an instant, under Du Xiaofu's worried gaze, a flowing figure rushed out from the huge mountain charm array. It was like a flash of lightning, and suddenly appeared in front of the ashen-faced Gu Xinyan. Crash! Just as the lightning-like figure rushed out, the huge mountain charm array suddenly shattered into dazzling runes that filled the sky. An attack as powerful as thunder ruthlessly struck in front of Gu Xinyan, and heavily swept down. Bang! With a dull thud, Gu Xinyan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her delicate body flew down in a straight line, and landed heavily on the square on the ground. How did this happen? How did the guy from the Tianhu Empire break the charm array? What's going on? This scene was too unexpected. Seeing Gu Xinyan being blasted down from mid-air, the surrounding spectators had yet to recover from their shock. Within the city walls, the North Vanquishing Prince, the Protector King, and other experts looked at Fu Junyi, who was flying low in the sky. Within the Tianhu Empire's lineup, many people had smiles on their faces. I didn't expect him to hide so well. This guy hid too well. He's actually a 5-star spiritual talisman master at the Nirvana realm. At this moment, there was an uproar on the city tower. Many people, including Du Xiaofu, looked at Fu Junyi in shock. At this moment, the aura around Fu Junyi's body was no longer that of a martial lord, but a 5-star Nirvana realm spiritual talisman master. He was also a rarely seen dual cultivator of the martial path and talisman path. In terms of the cultivation of a spiritual talisman master, he had already reached the 5-star Nirvana realm. Martial Dao and talisman master cultivation. I know it too. My strongest strength isn't martial Dao, but talisman Dao and charm arrays. You shouldn't have set up a charm array in front of me. In mid-air, Fu Junyi looked down at Gu Xinyan, who had stood up. She was already drenched in blood, and her aura was weak. Everything was going according to his plan. With a faint arrogant smile, he said, I know you like the back of my hand. Second on the martial ranking of Tianwu Academy, the peak of the younger generation of the Gu clan. Yet, you know nothing about me. You've lost. I've lost. On Gu Xinyan's delicate face, there was a trace of sadness in her beautiful eyes. Another mouthful of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. In the first round, Fu Junyi from the Tianhu Empire wins. He can choose to stay or leave. The Stone Dragon Empire can send a second person. On the city tower, an expert from the Stone Dragon Empire announced the result of the competition. Although his voice was clear, everyone could hear that there was a trace of helplessness in it. The Stone Dragon Empire had lost in the first round on their home ground. The eyes of the spectators dimmed as they had suffered a blow. Stone Dragon Empire's general. As the voice from the city tower faded, a majestic figure suddenly flew down from the city wall. The general's figure stepped on the sky, and an aura that could suppress mountains and rivers spread out from his body. He looked at Fu Junyi, who was in mid-air, and said, send someone else. You might be able to resist me for a while when you're at your peak, but you're no match for me now. General Buddy in mountain and river, you're quite arrogant. If you're capable, you'll have to defeat me first. Fu Junyi sneered. The aura around him fluctuated, and hand seals were formed. You want to set up a talisman formation too? The general raised his eyebrows. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Fu Junyi in an instant as if he had traversed through space. The mysterious aura around him surged wildly along with the talisman scripts, enveloping the entire sky. A terrifying aura was released without reservation, causing the entire space to tremble. A layer of strange mist shrouded the area, and the talisman scripts shone dazzlingly. Martial Lord Peak of the Nirvana Realm. The general has reached the Martial Lord Peak of the Nirvana Realm. Looking at the general releasing his aura without reservation, Hua Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, Ghost Child, and many others were moved. At this moment, the aura that the general was releasing was at the Martial Lord Peak of the Nirvana Realm. As expected of the most outstanding young man in the general family. His talent is extraordinary. It should be the great benefits he obtained in the heavenly martial talisman realm. An extra 4.5 years is no small matter. Looking at the Martial Lord Peak of the Nirvana realm that the general was currently displaying, many elders on the city tower were in awe and shock. Everything took a long time to describe, but it happened as fast as lightning. The general's stalwart figure stepped on the air, and his aura seemed to be entrenched in the sky, suppressing the mountains and rivers. Waves of heaven and earth energy gathered for no reason, as if they were gathering to form an energy storm in front of him. In the next second, a palm print was formed in the center of his palm. The surrounding energy storm was instantly sucked into the palm print. The space around the palm print was distorted, and a strange fluctuation appeared out of nowhere. It was like a suppressed volcano that was about to erupt. The terrifying palm print was pushed out toward Fu Junyi, who was about to condense a talisman formation. The terrifying energy was released, and wherever it passed by, the resplendent talisman scripts that covered the sky and earth cut through the space like lightning with an extremely sharp, ear-piercing sound. Mountain seal, suppress. The general shouted softly. The palm print swept out with a spatial storm. The air billows whistled and enveloped Fu Junyi. Martial Lord Peak of the Nirvana Realm. How can he be so strong? Fu Junyi finally sensed the strength of the general. His expression changed in an instant. Faintly, his gaze became serious, and he recovered from his shock. The talisman formation was not enough to condense smoothly. He changed his hand seal, and the mysterious patterns on the talisman in front of him surged into the sky. The spiritual stove and talisman cauldron instantly condensed in front of him. Along with a blazing aura that spread out, a terrifying aura swept out like a storm. As a spiritual talisman master, the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron were equivalent to the spirit vein of a martial arts practitioner. It was not even below the spirit vein of a martial arts practitioner. However, once the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron of a spiritual talisman master was damaged, the consequences would be much more severe than the spirit vein of a martial arts practitioner. Therefore, spiritual talisman masters would definitely not use the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron so easily. However, facing the general who was at the martial lord peak of the Nirvana realm, and with such a terrifying attack, Fu Junyi seemed to have no other choice. Due to his carelessness and the fact that he had consumed too much energy just now, he could only activate the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron. Chapter 451. Bang! The mysterious patterns on the cauldron were vast and boundless. Blazing flames leaped from the cauldron and soared into the sky. Immediately, in front of Fu Junyi, it blocked the general's lofty mountain seal. The mysterious patterns on the cauldron blossomed in the sky. Such a collision caused the air to tremble loudly. The energy was like a stormy sea, causing countless gazes to nervously look at each other. Walala, but this stalemate only lasted for 4 or 5 breaths of time. Although those spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons were terrifying, under the suppressive might of the general's mountain-like palm, they were crushed to pieces by the surging talisman power, turning into a large expanse of talisman fragments. Puchi, Fu Junyi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body immediately staggered back. The gorgeous and berserk energy in the air gradually disappeared, revealing the general and Fu Junyi's bodies. Does Fu Junyi still have the strength to fight? All the spectators' gazes were tightly fixed on the two people in the air. Their eyes were trembling. The previous confrontation was only a single move, but it was even more terrifying than the previous confrontation between Gu Xinyan and Fu Junyi. High up in the air, Fu Junyi looked at the general, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with coldness. Do you still want to continue? The general stepped on the air with a vigorous aura. At this moment, the cheers of many girls could be heard from all around. Fu Junyi looked at the general. His face was deathly pale, and his aura was dispirited. The consequences of his cauldron being destroyed were not light. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile, and he said indifferently, "No need. Naturally, there will be someone to deal with you. Chi." As his voice fell, Fu Junyi leapt up and left. The general of the Stone Dragon Empire wins. You can choose to stay or leave. The Tianhu Empire can send a second person. On the city gate tower, the powerhouse who had just announced Gu Xinyan's defeat immediately announced the result of the battle. This time, his voice rolled and resounded in all directions. Good job, General. Gu Xinyan's defeat not long ago had caused many of the spectators to look gloomy. They had all suffered a great blow. At this moment, hearing the announcement, they immediately burst into cheers. Tianhu Empire, Ming Jia. A young man who was about the same age as the general descended from the Tianhu Empire's formation. This young man's eyes were glowing. His well-built body complemented the general's tall and straight figure. At this moment, a majestic ripple spread from his body, causing the surrounding onlookers to faintly feel a chill. The strength of this youth called Ming Jia was definitely much stronger than Fu Junyi's from before. Do it. The general took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of air. His eyes immediately emitted a dazzling light. General Buddy and Shanha. Martial arts and martial arts dual cultivation. Not bad. Just as the general's eyes flickered with a dazzling radiance, a wave of aura swept out from Ming Jia's body like a storm. The terrifying aura spread and it was obvious that he had reached the peak of the martial marquis Nirvana realm. The corner of his mouth curled into an indifferent smile as he said to the general, however, today, I still have to tell you that you will definitely lose in front of me. The general raised his head slightly and looked at Ming Jia of the Tianhu Empire before him. He said plainly, "You don't seem to be qualified." Following the general's indifferent yet arrogant words, the entire space seemed to freeze all of a sudden. The two of them faced each other in mid-air and looked at each other from afar. Then, their auras surged. Boom! Almost at the same time, the profound qi in their bodies surged and wrapped around each other. The profound qi in their bodies exploded without holding back. Their long robes fluttered in the wind and mysterious runes faintly flowed on the surface of their bodies. Ao! Roar! The two of them seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Before they even started fighting, they communicated with their martial veins at almost the same time and activated their vein spirits. The general's vein spirit was a huge black ape that was as black as ink. Its aura was terrifying and could suppress mountains and rivers. The vein spirit of Ming Jia of the Tianhu Empire was a ferocious strange beast that was the size of a bull. It had the head of a dragon and the tail of a tiger. Its aura was extremely powerful and was not any weaker than the general's black ape vein spirit. Bang bang, the two of them covered their vein spirits and seemed to have merged into one. They transformed into demonic beasts and instantly leapt into the air. Runes filled the sky and they started to fight. The ferocious strange beast was swift and fierce. Its claws were like knives and it wanted to cut through the space between heaven and earth. Its aura spread and it was extremely terrifying. The black ape shadow roared and its entire body glowed with black light. Its aura surged and suppressed the mountains and rivers. The two of them immediately activated their vein spirits to fight. This caused the surrounding people to be extremely shocked and they could not take their eyes off the fight. The difference in their cultivation levels is incomparable. They both know that if they want to determine the victor, they have to give it their all. Du Xiaofu looked in front of him and was very moved by the strength of the two of them. Especially when facing Ming Jia of the Tianhu Empire, Du Xiaofu sighed in his heart. An empire was nothing in the entire Central Plains. However, within an empire, there were many people of the same generation who were comparable to generals. The few youths from the Tianhu Empire who had yet to make a move were definitely stronger. From this, it seemed that in the entire central continent, how strong were the top youths of the younger generation. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fight. The strange beast vein spirit phantoms and the black ape vein spirit phantoms continuously collided in midair. Runes soared into the sky and they both had a powerful aura. Rumble, every time they collided, there would be a burst of light. Sparks would fly in all directions and divine light would surge. However, the two of them seemed to be unable to determine the victor. Roar! After being unable to fight for a long time, the strange beast vein spirit phantoms became angry. It spat out runes from its mouth and its body continued to expand. The runes shone brightly and it swept towards the black ape with all its might. The vast and mighty energy surged in the sky as if it was going to shatter space. The surrounding spectators felt their hair stand on end. Ao! The black ape roared in anger and its body also expanded. It was like a black demon god standing in the mortal world. Its terrifying aura was violent and torrential, causing people to tremble in fear. The collision of the two human vein spirits caused the space to rumble and the square below to tremble. Walala, the ground cracked, sand and stones flew, and a storm swept across the sky like a tornado. Their auras aren't weak. Du Xiaoqing sat on the chair and said with interest. Not far away, the North Vanquishing Prince and the Protector King seemed to have heard Du Xiaoqing's words. They looked at Du Xiaoqing with a puzzled expression. I'm afraid it will be difficult to determine the victor. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder. Her pale golden spirit eyes flickered. At this moment, she was also paying close attention to the battle in the field. Bang, 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 after a while, the two vein spirits continued to collide. Divine light shot out in all directions and runes shone. The huge force shook the space violently and the ground cracked. Then, both vain spirit phantoms were damaged. They actually cracked in a violent confrontation again and again. No one had the upper hand. Both of them spurted out blood and their bodies fell from the sky at the same time. The ground of the square shook and the mountains shook. As blood dripped, their auras were weak and their faces were pale. In the end, they did not have the strength to continue fighting. This scene also made the North vanquishing prince and the protector king, as well as the black-haired old man and the white-haired old man from the Tianhu Empire, move. After a discussion, the two of them tied for this round. Good job, General. Around the square, as the spectators watched the general being helped up, a wave of cheers erupted from the surrounding spectators. Although the general did not win, he defeated one opponent and maintained a tie for the second round. The ferocious battle just now was unforgettable. Qi. In the Tianhu Empire, after the tie between the general and Ming Jia, another young man flew out and landed lightly on the square. Following the appearance of this young man, some of the women in the crowd were stunned. This young man's facial features were as clear as a sculpture. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised and under his long and slightly curled eyelashes, there was a pair of starry eyes. When he looked at people, he seemed to be full of affection. His skin was fair, his nose was handsome, and his lips were pink like rose petals. It was as if his smile was rippling with the arc of a smile that dazzled thousands of women. What a handsome man! So handsome! Although they knew that he was from the Tianhu Empire, there were still many women in the square who looked at him in a daze. In the Stone Dragon Empire, many people's eyes fell on the Du family. Under the gazes of many people, Du Yi slowly walked to the edge of the city tower. His white robe and black hair were not tied up. In contrast to his tall and slender figure, he moved the people who looked at him. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but after glancing at Du Xiaofu who was sitting not far away, a slight chill flashed past his eyes. Then, he jumped and landed on the square. Boom! As Du Yi landed, an invisible air wave rippled out, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Looking at the handsome man in front of him, a lightning-like glint flashed in the depths of his eyes, revealing an arrogant expression. Du Yi from the Du family is going to fight. As Du Yi stepped onto the square, many people looked at him with complicated expressions. After all, Du Yi had already fought 2 days ago, but the outcome was a little miserable. Du Yi stepped onto the square. Within the Du family, many people were watching him closely. Many of the elders looked nervous. 8:00 in the morning. It's 4:30 a.m. I'm sorry that everyone only finished now. I'm so tired. Xiao you can't take it anymore. He's going to sleep. I beg for flowers, recommendation tickets, coffee, care, love. Chapter 452. Stone Dragon Empire, Du Yi of the Du family. Du Yi stepped onto the stage and looked at the handsome man in front of him. Silver snake-like lightning spread in his eyes, appearing extremely frightening. Tianhu Empire, Qin Zijiang. The handsome man raised his head slightly, looking at Du Yi with eyes full of affection. With a faint smile, he opened his mouth and softly said, "You are still not strong enough. Calling Du Chang of your Du family is more appropriate. You should admit defeat yourself so as not to embarrass yourself later." Hearing this, Du Yi's expression became extremely ugly at this moment as he looked at Qin Zijiang, who was still standing casually in front of him. However, a majestic aura that could not be underestimated was faintly spreading out from her. 2 days ago, he had been ignored by Du Xiaofu. Today, Qin Zijiang actually did not place him in her eyes. What, are you not convinced? I feel that you are truly no match for me. Call Du Chang of your Du family. Just as Du Yi's expression turned ugly, the corners of Qin Zijiang's mouth curled into a faint smile. Like adding fuel to the fire, she did not place Du Yi in her eyes at all. In response to Qin Zijiang's words that were like adding fuel to the fire, the ugly expression on Du Yi's face gradually turned sinister. A cold glint flashed in his silver snake-like eyes as a majestic aura slowly spread around his body. Behind him, the wind and clouds surged as layer after layer of dark clouds gathered out of nowhere. Faintly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, causing one's heart to tremble. Don't be arrogant in front of me. Big brother doesn't even need to act to take care of you. I am enough. Du Yi sneered. With a wave of his hand, light flashed all over his body. Following which, lightning started to flash from within his body. With a stomp on the ground, his figure shot into the air, almost connecting with the lightning in the dark clouds behind him. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, causing the air to tremble. His aura was terrifying. Du family's lightning rune mysteries. Qin Zijiang smiled faintly as she gazed at Du Yi, who was like lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the sky. She was rather interested. After which, a brilliant light rippled within her affectionate eyes. Her body transformed into an afterimage. When she appeared again, she had already stepped into the air and appeared in front of Du Yi. It's just the Qin family of the Tianhu Empire, a family that has been around for less than 100 years. How can it compare to my Du family? Today, I will tell you that you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. In mid-air, Du Yi let out a cold shout as he stared straight at Qin Zijiang. The brilliance in his eyes was like the fluctuation of lightning. Waves of vast and mighty aura swept across the sky from his body, channeling the energy of heaven and earth. He no longer held back the aura of a martial lord at the peak of the Nirvana realm. A terrifying aura spread across this part of heaven and earth. Under the pressure of the aura of lightning and thunder, it caused the celestial chi in the surrounding spectators below to stagnate and solidify. Their bodies trembled, and their souls throbbed. Martial Lord Realm, Nirvana Realm, Du Yi from the Du family is indeed extraordinary. When they saw the terrifying aura that Du Yi had caused, many old men on the city gate tower nodded their heads and secretly sighed. The various great king manners and aristocrats sighed endlessly, causing the members of the Du family to secretly feel a little proud. Although Du Yi had made a fool of himself 2 days ago, they could not deny that Du Yi was indeed one of the best amongst the younger generation. You don't seem weak. I heard that not long ago, you were heavily injured by someone with a simple move. Looks like your strength seems to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. You shouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Looking at the commotion caused by Du Yi, who was surging with wind and clouds in the sky, Qin Zijiang still smiled faintly. Bastard! Qin Zijiang's words finally caused Du Yi to explode. What happened 2 days ago was the deepest wound in his heart. It was a wound that could not be healed. At this moment, Qin Zijiang had once again opened up the wound in the bottom of his heart in front of the entire imperial capital. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Sizzle, the hand seals in Du Yi's hands changed. The wind and clouds surged in the sky behind him, and the dark clouds moved. With a wave of his hand, silver snake-like lightning was born on his palm. The mysterious runes on the talisman fluctuated, and in the end, it seemed to have transformed into a dragon that was wrapped in lightning. Roar! The dragon roared, and it was like a sudden clap of thunder rumbling in the sky. Lightning raged, and its aura could be said to be destructive. This was the ultimate move that Du Yi had comprehended, lightning symbol dragon transformation. 2 days ago, because his comprehension of it was still lacking, he wanted to save this ultimate move to show off in the current country war. Therefore, he did not use it. Over the past 2 days, under the guidance of the old man from the Du family, Du Yi had further comprehended the lightning symbol dragon transformation. Now that he was furious, he naturally activated it, and wanted to teach his opponent a lesson with a single move. Lightning symbol dragon transformation. Roar! Du Yi activated the lightning dragon, and the lightning dragon roared like thunder. Wherever it passed, the space was distorted. Silver snakes flickered and wreaked havoc in the sky. Accompanied by a vast destructive aura, a domineering energy poured down like an ocean, directly suppressing Qin Zijiang. What a terrifying Du. He is indeed someone from the Du family. At this moment, in the face of Du Yi's strength, many old men on the city tower exclaimed in admiration. Within the Tianhu Empire, there were people who were moved. In mid-air, Qin Zijiang looked at the lightning dragon wreaking havoc, but she did not have any intention of dodging. Suddenly, mysterious runes surrounded Qin Zijiang's body and shot into the sky. In her faint eyes, there were dazzling mysterious runes flickering, and her aura seemed to be able to look down on all directions. Gee! Suddenly, mysterious runes spread out from Qin Zijiang's arms, and then turned into a pair of wings that were several feet wide. Her entire body was shining with golden light, and the runes flickered. It was as if a golden gale had formed in the sky, and it was like a sharp blade, cutting through the space. Qin Zijiang exploded with power. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, instead of retreating, she leaped into the air and flapped her right wing. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly from the golden wing, and her right wing seemed to suddenly expand, transforming into a gigantic golden wing that swept through the air. On the golden wing, rays of golden misty light shot out one after another, layer after layer, and turned into a storm that swept across the sky. It carried traces of the fluctuations of the stars, and it violently collided with the lightning dragon. Instantly, lightning wreaked havoc in the sky, and golden light shot into the sky. Walala! Instantly, the entire square was in an uproar. Bang, 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 in the terrifying explosion of energy, the surrounding sky and earth darkened, and the earth trembled as if there was a catastrophe. The ground in the square cracked and exploded continuously. The terrifying scene made countless eyes glaze over, and their hearts trembled with fear. Whoosh! In mid-air, under countless shocked gazes, Qin Zijiang's wings, which were wrapped in golden light, shattered the terrifying lightning dragon after a few breaths of stalemate. Complete Martial Lord Realm. Qin Zijiang is in the Complete Martial Lord Realm. At this moment, someone finally discovered Qin Zijiang's true cultivation level. Complete Martial Lord Realm, one level higher than Du Yi's Martial Lord Realm Nirvana Realm. It seemed like there was only one level of difference, but at the Martial Lord Realm, the difference between one level was like a huge chasm. For ordinary people, it was difficult to cross. Moreover, these two people were both people with terrifying talents. One level of difference was one level. Pucci, in an instant, Du Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. His hand seals were condensed, as if he was trying to communicate with his martial vein and activate his vein spirit. I told you, you can't even withstand a single blow. Qin Zijiang appeared in front of Du Yi. Her eyes were filled with mysterious runes, and her left wing fell at the same time. Accompanied by the pressure of the runes, her aura looked disdainfully in all directions. With a flap of her wing, she pounced and suppressed Du Yi. Whoosh! Du Yi was unable to resist, and could not take out the time to activate his vain spirit. His body was directly swept by Qin Zijiang, and violently swept down from midair. Like an impact cannon, he fell to the square below, accompanied by a large spray of blood. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled violently, and the earth shook. A large area of the hard square exploded, and Du Yi's body was directly inserted into the broken ground. Without a doubt, Du Yi was defeated. Defeated miserably, and not just miserably. On the city gate tower, everyone's eyes were trembling, and their complexions were not too good. Especially those from the Du household, their gazes could only be described as ugly. After that, many of the Du household's gazes turned to Du Xiaofu. In their hearts, if Du Xiaofu had not seriously injured Du Yi 2 days ago, Du Yi would not have lost so miserably today. Although Du Yi seemed to be fine, some of the elders of the Du family were very clear that Du Yi had spent a lot of effort, and a lot of the Du household's terrifying resources. In 2 days, Du Yi was fine, but he had only recovered about 70%. And all of this was caused by Du Xiaofu. I didn't expect Du Yi to lose so miserably. Ghost Child sighed. Although he did not like Du Yi, he also hoped that Du Yi would win from the standpoint of the Stone Dragon Empire. However, the current outcome was somewhat unacceptable to them. Qin Zijiang's wings are very strange. It doesn't look like an ordinary item. Wu Kei frowned, and her expression was rather gloomy. If the news I heard in the past is correct, Qin Zijiang's wings should have come from a golden-winged heavenly goose at the peak of the Beast King realm. It is said that the Qin family of the Tianhu Empire accidentally obtained the skeleton of a golden-winged heavenly goose. In the end, by chance, they invited a powerful talisman master to refine the golden-winged heavenly goose's wings onto Qin Zijiang's arms. Guo Xiaofeng softly said to everyone, for this, Qin Zijiang narrowly escaped death, but in the end, she miraculously survived. From then on, she became the most dazzling member of the Qin family's younger generation. Last night, I updated until the wee hours of the morning. When I woke up today, it was already afternoon. Xiao Yu continues to write, and thanks everyone for your support. Chapter 453. The golden-feathered heavenly goose is a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking. It's not weak. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Zijiang in the sky. Her arms had transformed into the wings of the golden-feathered heavenly goose. Golden talisman patterns spread across her body. Her aura seemed to have some faint bloodline connection with the golden-winged Great Peng. Tianhu Empire, Qin Zijiang wins. On the city gate tower, the great Han expert saw that Du Yi had not gotten up for a long time and had no choice but to announce the result of the battle. Du Yi had lost, and lost miserably. Following the announcement of the result, everyone sighed and sighed. There were also members of the Du family who immediately went to help Du Yi up. In the air, Qin Zijiang flapped her wings slightly. She looked at the Stone Dragon Empire's lineup on the city gate tower and said softly with some arrogance, "Who's next from the Stone Dragon Empire? Come. I'll go." In the front row of the city gate tower, Qing Xingnan stood up. Her clothes accentuated her slender legs and slim waist. There was a hint of coolness in her elegant temperament. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and immediately swept across the sky. TSK TSK. In a short moment, a graceful figure swept across the sky. Qing Xingnan stood proudly in the air. Her slender body was like a proud snow lotus. She looked at Qin Zijiang and opened her red lips slightly. Her voice rang out, "Stone Dragon Empire, Qing Xingnan. So it's the first princess, the proud daughter of the Divine Light Court. It's a pity that although the first princess's ranking is not low in the Divine Light Court, it's not high either." Qin Zijiang looked at Qing Xingnan. Her eyes were dazzled. She flapped her wings and looked down on everything. "It's enough to deal with you." Qing Xingnan raised her eyes slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Her delicate face was moving, and she was undoubtedly a peerless beauty. At this moment, her voice was just as calm. However, at this moment, profound energy rippled out from her delicate body. "Let me see how strong the disciples of the Divine Light Court are." Qin Zijiang's lips curved into a smile. She flapped her wings and golden light burst out. Her body was like a golden goose pouncing on its prey. She was as fast as lightning, and her aura as disdainful as thunder. Her mighty aura Heavenly Dragon Empire, gods, Qing Xingnan. She's so fast. Looking at Qin Zijiang's terrifying speed, many people's expressions changed as they watched nervously. At this moment, all eyes on the city gate tower were nervously looking at the graceful figure. The first princess Qing Xingnan rarely showed her face in the imperial capital, and rarely returned to the imperial capital. She had always been cultivating in the Divine Light Court, and had never fought in the imperial capital. Therefore, no one knew what level the first Princess Qing Xingnan's cultivation had reached. Was calm, is Du's Princess Du Luan King Du King NN's Great Heavenly Luz NN, her Princess Nan Princess. She was the only one from the imperial Qing family to show up this time, which attracted the attention of many old people. Boom! Qin Zijiang leaped into the air like a real golden goose diving down. She flapped her right wing again, producing a series of clanging noises. A golden wing swept across the sky. Layers upon layers of golden mist turned into a windstorm, carrying traces of the power of stars. Instantly, a blinding golden light soared into the sky, suppressing Qing Xingnan. Qing Xingnan moved. Just as Qin Zijiang's silhouette grew larger and larger in her eyes, her beautiful face remained as calm as ever. Her clear eyes shone with runic light as her jade-white hands swept through the air. She didn't evade, but met the attack head-on. Whoosh! In that instant, First Princess Qing Xingnan revealed her vast and mighty cultivation strength. Waves of profound energy surged from within her delicate body, and her speed grew faster and faster. Suddenly, her hand seals changed. Her slender hand moved, and a palm print shot out. The palm print was wrapped in talisman runes, and a radiance blossomed like a bright moon in the sky, directly blocking Qin Zijiang's wing. A wing and a palm collided, causing the air in the surrounding space to ripple in an unstoppable manner. Dazzling runes shattered one after another, causing the countless gazes in the surroundings to shudder in fear when they collided. Just now, Du Yi was fiercely defeated with a single touch. Would the first princess be able to withstand it now? Rumble, in midair, waves of qi billowed to the heavens as the two attacks collided. Runes and astonishing power were constantly erupting from the collision. The ground of the plaza trembled violently as the terrifying energy seemed to want to tear the space apart. At this moment, Princess Qing Xingnan was wrapped in dazzling light. Her beautiful face was holy and noble. The light from her body was like a full moon halo, enveloping her graceful body. From afar, her graceful and slender body looked even more extraordinary and noble. She is also at the martial marquis realm. The princess is indeed stronger than Du Yi. Her aura seems to be stronger than Qin Zijiang's. She is almost at the middle stage of the martial marquis realm. On the city gate tower, there was a great deal of astonishment. At this moment, Princess Qing Xingnan's aura had erupted without any reservation. She had reached the martial marquis realm, and was at the middle stage of the martial marquis realm. She is not weak. She is also very beautiful. Du Xiaofu looked at the slender and graceful figure in the air, the corners of his mouth curling into an indifferent arc. She is indeed a disciple of the Light Palace. Qin Zijiang's eyes narrowed. At the same time, her left wing vibrated and swept out. Golden light once again swept towards Princess Qing Xingnan. The mighty aura intensified. At this moment, Qing Xingnan's bright eyes moved slightly. The full moon halo was enshrouding her. It was breathtaking and peerless. At the same time, Qing Xingnan's left hand also moved. There was a sudden explosion of terrifying runes in her palm. A ball of dazzling light bloomed, producing a buzzing sound of wind and thunder. An ancient and terrifying aura rushed out, and the terrifying fluctuations caused the world to tremble. What a strong oppressive aura! Under such a terrifying aura, the hearts of the spectators inexplicably gushed with fear. A terrifying pressure descended on this part of the sky, causing people to tremble and almost collapse to the ground. Buzz! A green and white sword appeared in Princess Qing Xingnan's left hand. The sword was very blunt and thick, but it was incomparably sharp. Multicolored light suddenly soared into the sky, accompanied by a murderous aura that swept across the sky. It channeled the energy of heaven and earth, causing the world to tremble. This is a Dao weapon, a middle-grade Dao weapon. Du Xiaofu was shocked. He immediately felt the terror of the green-white sword. The green-white sword had actually reached the level of a middle-grade Dao artifact. It is not a weak Dao weapon. Du Xiaoyao licked her lips with her pale golden spirit eyes fluctuating. Stone Dragon Tempest Sword. Stone Dragon Tempest Sword, a middle-grade Dao weapon. It is the most precious treasure of the Stone Dragon Empire. It has always been in the hands of the Emperor and is regarded as a token of the Empire. I didn't expect Emperor Cheng to pass it to Princess Cheng Xingnan. Princess Cheng Xingnan has the Stone Dragon Tempest Sword. This is probably arranged by Emperor Cheng for this kingdom war. On the city tower, an old man suddenly exclaimed in shock. Even the Protector King and North Vanquishing King's eyes fluctuated. Buzz buzz, as Qin Zijiang's left wing swept out, Princess Cheng Xingnan waved her hand and the Stone Dragon Tempest Sword in her hand swept out. Sword light flashed with an incomparably powerful aura. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, vast and mighty ripples swept out like an ocean, as if they were tearing through space. In the end, they ruthlessly landed on Qin Zijiang's left wing. Chi, the sword light surged and rose. Multicolored light filled the sky as wind and thunder resounded in the sky. Then, under countless trembling gazes, where the sword light passed, the golden wings were directly shattered. Starting from Qin Zijiang's arm and extending to her entire shoulder, the golden wings, which were several zhang in length, were directly cut off. Then, they turned into several palm-sized pieces that floated in the air. Puchi, as the light bloomed, Qin Zijiang spat out a mouthful of blood. She immediately retreated step by step and her face became extremely pale. The rune energy disappeared and the dazzling light receded. Qin Zijiang floated in the air with dark red blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Princess Cheng Xingnan in front of her with a complicated expression. She opened her mouth and said, "You are indeed a disciple of the Temple of Light. You also have the Stone Dragon Tempest Sword in your hand. I am indeed no match for you. You win this battle." Qin Zijiang put away the golden wing that floated in the air. She pointed at the void and immediately flew away. She returned to the Tianhu Empire's formation on the city tower. Princess Cheng Xingnan wins. On the city tower, the burly man's voice suddenly resounded in the air and spread out. Princess Cheng Xingnan. Princess Cheng Xingnan. Princess Cheng Xingnan. Inside and outside of the square, voices of excitement suddenly resounded through the clouds, and the entire square was in an uproar. Elder sister is so powerful. Second Princess Cheng Yen smiled. Although her youthful face was not as beautiful as first Princess Cheng Xingnan, it was still extremely moving. Tianhu Empire, humph. Cheng Chao snorted coldly, her eyes filled with arrogance. Then, she glanced at the Du household's formation and revealed some cold arrogance and disdain. I can't win. Cousin, I'll leave it to you. Qin Zijiang's figure landed on the Tianhu Empire's formation. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and then said to a girl sitting beside her. Okay, the woman stood up gracefully. Her red lips parted slightly, her waist was slender, and her figure was graceful. Her black hair was soft and smooth, and her delicate appearance revealed an extraordinary bearing. She was absolutely not an ordinary woman, and her bearing was difficult to compare to. As her voice fell, the girl lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. Her figure floated in the air like duckweed and then she flew away. Chapter 454. Tianhu Empire, Mu Xian. Mu Xian, I've heard of you, direct disciple of the Sky Serpent sect. Cheng Xingnan looked at Mu Xian, her eyes and face moving slightly. The stone dragon wind and thunder sword in her hand was suffused with light. Mu Xian looked at Cheng Xingnan, her lips curling slightly, her teeth faintly visible. I've also heard of you, disciple of the Radiant Palace. As her voice fell, Mu Xian flipped her jade-white palm, and a green snake sword appeared in her hand. Its shape was agile, like a spirit snake gliding through the air. Light suddenly bloomed and spread, boom. As the green snake sword appeared, dazzling runes suddenly shot into the sky, and waves of energy gathered like a storm, lingering in the surroundings. This is my Sex Azure Sun Boundless Sword, a middle-grade Dao weapon. Make your move. As Mu Xian's voice fell, the Azure Sun Boundless Sword in her hand spread like a green sun, its power spreading and suppressing the sky. It should taste good, I really want to eat it. Seeing Mu Xian's Azure Sun Boundless Sword, Du Xiaoyao's eyes lit up again, and her saliva was about to fall out. Another middle-grade Dao weapon, it's really good to have a background and foundation. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky in front of him and sighed. It was difficult for a martial king realm expert to possess a middle-grade Taoist weapon. Even a martial royal realm expert who was close to the legendary level might not necessarily possess a middle-grade Taoist weapon. At this moment, Mu Xian and First Princess Qing Xingnan both had middle-grade Dao weapons, which made Du Xiaofu sigh. However, thinking that he had the Tyrant Shadow and the more powerful purple-gold Heavenly Palace that he could not use yet, Du Xiaofu's heart immediately calmed down. Two gorgeous ladies were standing in the air. Both of them were peerlessly beautiful, and both of them could cause men to suddenly lose their souls. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, the two beautiful figures in midair closed their eyes after their eyes met. After the two ladies closed their eyes, their beautiful faces immediately became solemn and sacred. Both of them were enveloped by light, and their moving faces were unforgettable. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the treasured swords in their jade-like hands floated in front of them, emitting a clanging sound. Multicolored light flourished, and mysterious runes spread out, constantly emitting a dazzling light. Swish swish. With a bang, the two treasured swords in midair moved. Both of them emitted a dazzling glow of talisman markings, and their auras surged. The radiance on the green sun boundless sword was like the sun as it clashed against the stone dragon tempest sword. Wave after wave of terrifying sword radiance exploded out, surging out like waves of the sea. Inside the stone dragon wind and thunder sword, a buzzing sound of wind and thunder resounded, transforming into 9 identical treasured swords. All of them had runes flashing about, forming a sword formation. Sword radiance erupted, gushing with energy, connecting head to tail. Wherever they passed, the plaza below would continuously crack. The two frightening middle-grade Dao treasures instantly clashed in midair. Both of them tumbled, emitting a dazzling light and erupting with power. The green sun boundless sword's power was terrifying. Sword radiance wreaked havoc, like the roaring waves of the sea, setting off monstrous waves. Each wave was more frightening than the previous one, and mysterious runes surged, suppressing the sky. The stone dragon wind and thunder sword had many transformations, and the sword formation was astonishing. Wind and thunder resounded, and mysterious runes shone brightly in the sky, shocking everyone's soul. The two treasured swords clashed, tearing apart the heavens and the earth, as if wanting to overturn the space. It was like a sea of swords occupying the sky, and its power was overwhelming. Looking at the duel between the Dao treasures in midair, everyone was dumbfounded and gasped. The duel between the two ladies had actually reached such a stage. Using the soul to control the sword. The two of them have already merged their souls with the Dao treasures. This level is impossible for ordinary people to achieve. I didn't expect the first princess to have also reached such a level. Wu Kei was rather surprised. The first princess Qing Xingnan's current cultivation was far beyond her. This kind of duel is even more dangerous than a physical duel. The slightest carelessness will damage one's spirit and soul, and in the worst case, the weapon will be destroyed and the person will die. Guo Xiaofeng said softly. At this moment, his deep gaze was fixed on the sky. Ghost Child stood behind Du Xiaofu, closest to Du Xiaofu. He gently pushed Du Xiaofu's shoulder and asked, "In your opinion, who will win?" Du Xiaofu looked at the field. The cultivation levels of the two ladies seemed to be similar, and Mu Xian from the Tianhu Empire had obviously reached the complete martial lord realm. The stone dragon wind and thunder sword and the green sun boundless sword in their hands were both middle-grade Dao treasures, and each of them was extraordinary. It would be difficult to determine the winner. Will it be a draw again? I can't tell. After observing for a while, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and replied to Ghost Child. It was really difficult to see the result. At this moment, in the front row of the long tower, the North Vanquishing Prince, the Protector King, and many other experts were looking at the sky with concern. Many of their eyes were accompanied by nervousness. I didn't expect the Stone Dragon Empire to have some talents. No wonder some people in the empire have scruples. In the Tianhu Empire's lineup, the black-haired old man looked at the sky and his eyes flickered. They do have some foundation. I didn't expect the Qing family's Qing Xingnan to have reached such a level. The black-haired old man said. Although it's passable, it won't change the result. Lu Kuan said softly. After looking at the field for a while, his gaze didn't change much. Whoosh, in the sky, sword radiance filled the sky. It was terrifying, and it made people tremble in fear. The sword radiance that filled the sky raged like a disaster. The sky was already filled with wind and clouds. The sky was dark, and the energy exploded. It was incomparably violent and terrifying. Countless sword radiance intertwined with each other. The sword radiance fluctuated, and the sword radiance crackled in the sky. Wind and thunder rumbled, spreading across the sky. The terrifying sword radiance swept across like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. It was extremely terrifying. Too strong. Among the onlookers, many of them trembled, their hearts and souls uneasy. Amidst such a frightening battle, the two ladies, who had their eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. Runes flickered within their eyes as boundless light surged around their bodies. Sky-suppressing python. Mu Xian moved. She tapped the void with the tip of her foot and swept across the sky. Rays of light lingered around her body. Her jade-white hands moved, and a spiritual python wrapped in light condensed. Mysterious runes surged, and it directly collided with Qing Xingnan. The first princess, Qing Xingnan, also moved. Her body bloomed with light, and it was like a full moon halo that enveloped her graceful body. It was breathtaking and peerless. Phoenix dancing to the horizon. Her hand seals changed. At this moment, her beautiful face was holy and noble, untainted by the mortal world. Powerful and graceful. Mysterious runes surged around her body, and it turned into an illusory phoenix shadow that swept across with a loud bang. Boom! In such a confrontation, it seemed as if the entire world was about to be overturned. Terrifying auras overflowed into the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble and emit strands of divine light. Talismans erupted like fireworks, causing the sky to become dazzling. Bang bang bang! At this moment, the ground of the square kept collapsing, and the sky rumbled. Many of the square's ground directly exploded and turned into dust. Such a terrifying scene shocked not only the spectators, but even the old men on the tower were shocked. Many of the old men, facing such a terrifying power, secretly lamented that they were inferior. The vast aura then disappeared. In the sky, the stone dragon wind and thunder sword and the green sun boundless sword returned to their hands. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, but because of the battle between the two, the entire square seemed to have been overturned. The two women stepped into the air, looking graceful. Their hair was slightly messy, and as the wind rippled, their hair fluttered, adding to their charm. Looks like we can only let them decide the outcome. What do you think? Mu Xian said, looking at the slender and graceful figure in front of her, and a faint trace of shock flashed across her eyes. That's right. The outcome will be decided by the two of them. Cheng Shengnan nodded. His eyes were indifferent, and his temperament was clear and noble. Chi, their eyes met, and they seemed to have a tacit understanding. Both of them put away their Tao artifacts, and the two beautiful figures stepped on the void at almost the same time, and leaped back into the sky. Pft! Mu Xian returned to the Tianhu Empire's side. Her graceful figure landed, and she could no longer hold back the blood in her mouth. She then took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood at the corner of her mouth, and looked at Lu Kuan, saying, "Senior Lu, I'll leave it to you. That Cheng Shengnan is very strong. Leave the rest to me. The Stone Dragon Empire's outcome cannot be changed." Lu Kuan stood up slightly, and an evil aura began to fluctuate from his body. Pft! Within the Stone Dragon Empire, as Cheng Shengnan returned, her beautiful face suddenly paled under everyone's gazes. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "As expected, it's a draw," Du Xiaofu said softly. Looking at Cheng Shengnan's appearance, he knew that Mu Xian wasn't any better. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to a draw. Cheng Shengnan looked at the handsome man in azure clothes, and bit her red lips, saying, "I'll leave it to you. You can't lose." The man in azure clothes stood up. His figure was tall and graceful, and there was a hint of pride in his eyes. That kind of pride seemed to come from his birth. He replied softly, "I won't disgrace the name of the Du family, and I won't disgrace the Stone Dragon Empire. This round is a draw. The last two contestants will come up." On the tower, the big man came back to his senses after a while. He judged that the battle between the first princess and Mu Xian had ended in a draw. He immediately announced loudly, and his voice reverberated through the clouds. Then, a melodious and deep sound of a bell echoed through the entire arena. Boom! Following the sound of the bell, the entire arena was in an uproar. The battle between the 8 contestants had ended in a draw, and the final round would determine the true winner of the Kingdom War. Everyone knew that although the battle between the 8 of them earlier was shocking, it had caused their hearts to tremble. However, the true pinnacle of this Kingdom War was undoubtedly the final 2 contestants. And now, the true pinnacle of the battle between the final 2 contestants was about to begin. I did not slack off today. These fights are a little difficult to write. Xiao Yu's old problem is that there are too many words for each fight. Many readers have complained about this, so these fights are limited to 1 chapter at most. I also have to think about some new fights, so it takes me a few hours to write a chapter. I hope that readers can feel that Xiao Yu is working hard with these recent changes. I welcome everyone to tell Xiao Yu about your opinions on the book. This way, Xiao Yu will be able to write better. Once again, I would like to thank all of you. Once again, I will shamelessly ask for flowers, recommendation tickets, and other support. Chapter 455. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, 2 young men soared into the air and stood in the air above the square. The Du family will send Du Chang, the son of the king and the only talent of the Stone Dragon Empire. He is publicly acknowledged as the strongest among the younger generation. Ouyang Shuang's voice softly landed beside Du Xiaofu's ear. Du Chang, the strongest of the Du family. Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately landed on the green-clothed young man. The aura rippling from his body made it difficult for Du Xiaofu to pry into. The faint dangerous aura that emanated from him made Du Xiaofu feel as if there was a mysterious ripple within his body. Du Chang stood in the air and looked at Lu Kuan from the Tianhu Empire in front of him. His eyes flashed with a sharp light like lightning. So you are Du Chang from the Du family, the talent of the Stone Dragon Empire. Remember me, Lu Kuan from the Sky Snake sect in the Tianhu Empire. Lu Kuan stepped in the air and looked at Du Chang. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but that smile was filled with disdain. Wait until you have the strength to make me remember you. You came from afar, so make your move first. Du Chang slightly raised his head. On his handsome face, there was a proud arc at the corner of his mouth. This kind of pride made people feel extremely comfortable looking at him. It was as if he was born to be so proud because he was an outstanding person. He had never revealed his talent, but everyone knew that he, Du Chang, was the #1 person among the younger generation in the empire. As the two of them spoke, the atmosphere in the square immediately became tense. Everyone could feel the tension in the air, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. Perhaps ordinary people didn't know of Du Chang's existence. However, the people from the various factions in the imperial capital had never forgotten that he was a true talent. He was a young man from the Du household who was much stronger than Du Yi. Du Yi's name had once shocked the entire imperial capital and the entire empire. However, everyone knew that Du Chang was the true #1 in the Du household. As for Lu Kuan from the Tianhu Empire, the people from the Stone Dragon Empire weren't familiar with him. However, since he was arranged to be the last to fight, it wasn't difficult for the spectators to figure out that he was one of the strongest youths in the Tianhu Empire. Now, the two truly outstanding talents of the younger generation of the two empires were about to begin the final and crucial battle. Even the spectators could clearly feel their hearts trembling and nervousness from the aura that spread out from the plaza. Come to think of it, the Stone Dragon Empire had never had such an attractive duel before. At least, in the current empire's memory, there had never been such a duel. This duel was related to the reputation of the two empires and the 10 prefectures. More importantly, it was also related to the morale of the two empires. Who would win in the end? Everyone held their breaths as they thought of this. The surrounding square was strangely silent at this time, but the blood in their bodies was boiling. Countless youngsters were fantasizing about representing the Stone Dragon Empire in this grand event that attracted the attention of the entire empire. They couldn't help but wonder how exciting it would be. Du Chang is the strongest member of the younger generation that our Du family has nurtured with countless resources. He's an outstanding talent. He will definitely win. The elders of the Du family were filled with nervousness and anticipation. Du Chang had been secretly honed by the Du family for 25 years. He was an outstanding talent. He would definitely win in the end. At that time, the entire empire would know that the Du household was the strongest. Even Du Xiaofu, who had been in the limelight recently, was just a decent kid from a branch family. He had some ability, but in the end, he still couldn't compare to the Du household. In the 10th square, Lu Kuan looked around and then a slight smile appeared on his face. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Du Chang. His voice was sinister and arrogant as he said, "It seems like the entire Stone Dragon Empire has great expectations for you. I wonder what their expressions will be when they see you lose. I think it will be very interesting." As Lu Kuan's arrogant and sinister words fell, a surge of profound energy surged around his body. It slowly spread out like a storm. As his profound energy surged, runes flickered and surged out. His aura surged and rushed into the sky, causing the space to tremble. The mighty aura that spread out from Lu Kuan's body instantly caused countless gazes to tremble. His aura was far stronger than that of the first Princess Qing Xingnan and Mu Xian who had just fought. Looking at Lu Kuan, Du Qiu's green clothes were trembling from the aura that swept out from Lu Kuan's body. However, his body was like a rock that did not move. He said, "I believe that the people from the Tianhu Empire and the Sky Serpent sect are also waiting for you to return. If they see you return in defeat, it will definitely be extremely interesting." The corner of Du Chang's mouth was slightly lifted after his voice sounded. A mighty aura that was not inferior to the former's immediately erupted like an erupting volcano. In an instant, wind rose and clouds surged in the surrounding sky. Dark clouds gathered together while accompanied by rumbling lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Immediately, it spread over this part of the world. The peak of the complete martial marquee stage. Heavens, Du Chang has actually reached the peak of the complete martial marquis stage. At this moment, the entire square was in an uproar. Du Chang from the Du household had actually reached the peak of the complete martial marquis stage. You really do have some ability. Lu Kuan's eyes moved, but the corners of his mouth lifted into a cold arc. The aura around his body suddenly shook, and a vast and mighty aura suddenly swept out. Both of his eyes strangely turned into a serene color, and a dark and evil aura suddenly rose and swept across the sky. What a powerful pressure! In an instant, the sinister aura that had climbed to the peak caused the hearts of the countless spectators below to tremble. The profound qi in their bodies and their minds were all affected. At this moment, as Lu Kuan's sinister aura rose and swept out, a mighty profound qi within Du Chang's body also surged and exploded. In the sky behind him, silver lightning flashed within the dark clouds. Under the sound of lightning and thunder, it caused one's heart to palpitate. Rumble, the two invisible auras collided and waves of invisible energy spread out. The ground below shook under the influence, as if there was an earthquake. Cracks continuously appeared on the ground, causing it to tremble. What powerful people! Countless gazes could not help but tremble. At this moment, the two people in the sky had yet to officially fight, but they had already caused such a huge commotion. How terrifying was that? Both of them are very strong. Du Xiaofu secretly sighed in his heart. From the aura that the two of them had revealed, the two of them were indeed extremely tyrannical. Du Chang's strength had exceeded Du Xiaofu's expectations. He was at the peak of the complete martial marquis realm. With such a cultivation level, there were probably not many old people in the Du household who could compare to him. As for Lu Kuan's cultivation strength, it made Du Xiaofu sigh. It seemed that the Sky Snake sect really had a deep foundation. Back then in the Savage Beast Mountain range, although Lu Kuan was already very strong, it was not to the point of being too shocking. But now, he had actually reached such a terrifying level. He was not the slightest bit inferior to Du Chang, and was even harder to see through than Du Chang. Boom! Just as Du Xiaofu was secretly sizing up and comparing the two in his heart, the two people in the sky had already reached some kind of tacit understanding. A profound qi-light pillar burst out from Du Chang's hand. Mysterious runes surged and a dazzling silver lightning that caused one's heart to palpitate flickered. It seemed to be able to penetrate space and instantly suppress Lu Kuan. At the same time, Lu Kuan had already made his move. The space in front of him fluctuated, as if it had distorted space, and directly resisted the profound qi-light pillar. Large amounts of lightning flashed and wreaked havoc in the sky, causing one's heart to palpitate. Lu Kuan, who had blocked the light pillar, had a dark and cold smile on his face. He waved his hand and the distorted space rippled. The mysterious talisman engraving spread with a faint color and suddenly transformed into a palm print. Accompanied by a dazzling and eye-catching symbol light, it appeared in front of Du Chang in an instant. The palm print slammed out with a surging aura. Just as it arrived in front of Du Chang's body suddenly twisted strangely. As if he could affect space, he immediately deviated from his position. Qi! The dark and cold palm print that erupted from the runes directly brushed past him. As they intersected, the aura fluctuated in space, causing the green clothes on Du Chang's body to flutter endlessly. Thunder Roll Fist. In a short instant, Du Chang made his move once again. His 5 fingers tightly clenched into fists. Silver lightning overflowed on his fists. The wind and clouds behind him surged and the dark clouds moved. His fist was like a ball of lightning as it ruthlessly swept down. Tsk tisk. Lu Kuan sneered. The palm print that had just missed rotated and he quickly turned around. His eyes revealed a kind of awe-inspiring aura as they collided in an instant. Rumble, a low and deep energy suddenly exploded. Runes bloomed in a dazzling manner and waves of air soared into the sky. A terrifying gale swept out and spread. Du Chang did not move at all. Lightning runes flickered in his palm and mysterious runes surged around his body. A vast and mighty aura swept across the sky, channeling the energy of heaven and earth. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the lightning in Du Chang's palm transformed into a lightning python and instantly swept towards Lu Kuan. Its aura was shocking and the lightning aura suppressed everything, causing people to tremble in fear. What a powerful Du Chang! This series of attacks and Du Chang's performance caused the elders on the city tower to be shocked. Everyone from the Du family had joy in their eyes. Even the North vanquishing prince in the front row secretly nodded his head. Eldest Princess Qing Xingnan stared at the sky. Her beautiful eyes stared intently, unable to take her eyes off him. Chapter 456. Serene Snake Double Kill. Facing Du Chang's lightning python, Lu Kuan did not panic at all. He quickly formed seals with his hands and strange runes appeared on his arms. In the end, they turned into two giant python shadows wrapped in runes. They rushed out like lightning and fiercely collided with the lightning python. Boom! The two giant python shadows tangled together like a fried dough twist. They collided with each other and a low muffled sound immediately spread. Lightning raged, runes flickered and energy was annihilated. At this moment, the battle between the two people in the sky had already surpassed the limits of the martial Marquis realm. Every action made the martial Marquis realm experts tremble in fear. That level was already comparable to the martial king realm. Du Chang is so strong. Normal martial king realm experts would have to retreat. His talent is too terrifying. In the front row, Ouyang Qiu could not help but exclaim. Lu Kuan from the Tianhu Empire is also strong. He is not at a disadvantage at all. The strength of these two people is comparable to a true martial king. It is not difficult for them to fight against someone of a higher rank. How terrifying! Not far from Ouyang Qiu, a strong old man's eyes flickered with shock. I originally thought that the people of the Stone Dragon Empire were all idiots. I didn't expect them to have some ability. In the air, Lu Kuan smiled evilly. The Stone Dragon Empire has never lacked experts. Put away your ambitions. Otherwise, you will regret it. Du Chang stepped in the air. The lightning around him connected. His aura was domineering and destructive. It made people's hearts tremble. TSK, I gave you some strength and you really opened a dye house. How laughable. Lu Kuan sneered with disdain. Then let's continue. Du Chang lightly shouted. When his voice fell, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Silver lightning snakes formed around his body and finally condensed into a lightning dragon. Rumble, the dragon roared like thunder rumbling in the sky. This was the Du Palace's ultimate martial skill, Lightning Rune Dragon. However, this Lightning Rune Dragon was activated by Du Chang. Compared to Du Yi's previous skill, it was many times stronger. In the sky, lightning raged. Its aura was destructive. It was not comparable to Du Yi's previous skill. Thunder Talisman Flood Dragon. The Thunder and Lightning Dragon roared like thunder. Under Du Chang's control, the silver lightning flashed and wreaked havoc in the sky. Accompanied by a vast aura of destruction, the thunder and lightning poured down like an ocean, directly suppressing Lu Kuan. The vast and mighty lightning seemed to have formed a sea of lightning in the sky. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. You have some skills, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Lu Kuan sneered. Faint multicolored light filled the sky and dazzling talisman patterns flickered in his eyes. A wave of evil Xian Qi flowed out of his body like a faint black ink, forming a huge black pillar of light. At this moment, Lu Kuan's aura swept across the sky. The aura was so strong that it directly surpassed that of an ordinary peak martial marquis. All of a sudden, the aura on Lu Kuan's body was not something an ordinary martial marquis could compare to. It could even be considered as a quasi-martial king expert. There was even a faint martial king aura on his body. So strong. Feeling the aura spreading out from Lu Kuan's body, the elders of the Stone Dragon Empire on the city tower could not help but be shocked. All the younger generation exclaimed. Even the general, Gu Xinyan, Gu Hua, Wu Kei, and the others who had returned at this time felt inferior to Lu Kuan. Walala, the black pillar of light behind Lu Kuan turned into a black handprint. Within the handprint, there was a faint spiritual snake swimming. The black light was deep, hiding an extremely terrifying and violent power. The moment the thunder and lightning dragon swept over, the black handprint also slammed down. Under countless gazes, the two collided. At this moment, the two terrifying energies collided fiercely like meteorites. What was quite surprising was that the collision of the two energies did not immediately cause the slightest muffled sound. Instead, as the two energies collided, they constantly eroded and confronted each other. The surrounding space suddenly rippled with small circles of cracks, revealing a deep light, as if the void was about to be torn apart. The whole place was silent, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the black handprint and the thunder and lightning dragon in the sky. Their eyes could not help but tremble violently. The Xian qi in their bodies froze, and a chill rose in their hearts. Everyone could feel the two destructive forces contained in the dazzling rune light erosion. At this moment, countless eyes on the city tower were nervous. Even the North Vanquishing Prince and the Protector King's eyes were rippling. Finally, the collision in the sky had a reaction. Waves of air erupted. The thunder and lightning dragon and the two giant python phantoms were like bombs. The two terrifying forces exploded in the sky. Walala, the runes shattered, and Xian qi surged. The dazzling light spread out like gorgeous fireworks. The energy contained was violent and destructive. The ground of the square below cracked, and the earth shook. A storm swept over. It was like a disaster. Thump thump. This time, Du Chang could no longer remain still. His body staggered a few steps back from the violent energy. He stepped on the void, causing ripples, and only then did he stabilize his body. Humph. A muffled groan came from Du Chang's throat. A sweet taste gushed out, and he forcefully swallowed it. At this moment, Lu Kuan's body took 2 steps back and stabilized. His gaze slightly moved, and he indifferently sneered. I said, "You're not enough. Bring out your full strength." Looking at Lu Kuan, who was surrounded by an evil aura like a whirlwind, Du Chang's eyes flickered with a silver snake light. Then, they became serious and fierce. His handprint condensed, and a monstrous silver snake light swept out from his body. The mysterious runes on his skin flickered, and lightning rippled on his skin. It was suffused with a palpitating luster. As the lightning fluctuated, an indescribable sense of destruction spread out from Du Chang's body. Roar! Suddenly, Du Chang opened his mouth and roared. His martial veins moved, and his entire body turned into mysterious runes that soared into the sky. A huge purple ape martial spirit appeared. On the purple ape's skin, there were streaks of lightning that spread like patterns. However, it was purple. From afar, it looked like a demon god. It was overbearing and destructive, causing people to tremble in fear. Boom! At this moment, the wind and clouds surged in the sky. Thunder and lightning crisscrossed, and the rumbling sound was endless. The terrifying purple ape covered the sky. It was not illusory, and it was not much different from a real one. It was equivalent to a real purple ape covering the sky. It was completely different from an ordinary martial lord realm cultivator's appearance after communicating with the Vain Spirit and merging with the Vain Spirit. Purple Light Thunder Berserk Ape, a terrifying demonic beast ranked on the Heavenly Beast list. This is Du Chang's Vain Spirit. It is said that an expert from the Du Palace went to the central region and paid a great price to obtain the blood essence of the purple light thunder berserk ape for Du Chang. The vain spirit is at the peak of the complete martial lord realm. He has not stepped into the martial king realm, but he can completely merge with the vain spirit. No wonder he is an outstanding talent. A martial lord realm cultivator can completely merge with the vain spirit and directly reach the martial king realm. Only an outstanding talent can do that. I am afraid that within the martial lord realm, Du Chang is invincible. Martial lords will not be able to resist him. At this moment, all the elders around the city tower and the square were shocked and they saw this scene. An outstanding talent is so terrifying. Is the winner going to be decided? The Du Palace's lineup was filled with anticipation. Du Chang was an outstanding talent. Although he had not reached the martial king realm, he had the power of a martial king. His opponent would not be able to resist him. Looking at the sky, the purple light thunder berserk ape's eyes rippled with lightning. Its huge body stood in the air, and bright runes and lightning surged from its body. High up in the sky, within the dark clouds, countless lightning spread. The sky was dark and the sky was dark. The sky above the square was bright, as if it was a punishment from the heavens. Rumble, the sound of thunder resounded continuously in the sky. Then, it circled around the purple light thunder berserk ape. Streaks of lightning roared around the purple light thunder berserk ape, causing the sky to become brighter and brighter. Strange clanging sounds could be heard in the air. Then, above the purple light thunder berserk ape's head, streaks of silver lightning began to condense into a huge lightning vortex. Silver snakes flashed and the vortex spun continuously. Streaks of energy surged out crazily, causing the purple light thunder berserk ape to be surrounded by lightning. Its aura was domineering and destructive. At this moment, no one noticed that Du Xiaofu's face was flushed red. It was as if he was enduring some kind of pain. At this moment, the lightning that came from Du Xiaofu's body caused the hidden mysterious power in his body to awaken. Walala! The purple light thunder berserk ape moved. With a wave of its hand, the terrifying lightning vortex in the surroundings trembled and formed a huge lightning ball. Then, it stuck to the purple light thunder berserk ape's palm. At this moment, the faces of countless people in the surroundings were ghastly pale as their hearts trembled in fear. The destructive energy that suffused out from the ball of lightning was probably sufficient to raze this square to the ground and obliterate the souls of the living beings in the surroundings. At this moment, the strength that Du Chang had activated was overwhelming. How terrifying. I'm afraid that even a martial king initial stage cultivator would have to retreat and not dare to fight back. On the city tower, many elders were shocked. If such a terrifying power were to explode, the countless living beings in the square below would be in big trouble. Boom! The lightning ball moved. The purple light thunder berserk ape rushed out and pushed the huge lightning ball that was almost the same size as its body towards Lu Kuan. At this moment, the lightning ball moved. Countless lightning bolts shot into the sky. Its aura was crazy and destructive. Silver snakes wreaked havoc in the sky and tore the space apart. Chapter 457. Crack crack, wherever the lightning ball passed, space would split apart and countless runes would be destroyed. Wherever it passed, long streaks of lightning would appear, as if a lightning dragon had emerged from the void. Terrifying energy spread from the lightning ball. The vast and destructive aura caused everyone's hair to stand on end and their scalps to explode. The Tianhu Empire's Lu Kuan won't be able to resist this time. How can the Tianhu Empire compare to our Stone Dragon Empire? Our Stone Dragon Empire has Du Chang. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear, but their hearts were also filled with anticipation. With such a vast and mighty power, even those who had just reached the initial stage of the martial king realm would not dare to resist. No matter how extraordinary Lu Kuan of the Tianhu Empire was, he would still be suppressed by Du Wan. Our Du family is still the Du family. The Du family's hero will proudly resound throughout the world today. Looking at the terrifying power that Du Chang had unleashed, the eyes of the elders of the Du family were filled with fanaticism. The younger generation was even more excited. The Du family of the Du family was still unmatched within the Stone Dragon Empire. It seemed long, but in reality, it happened extremely quickly. Under countless trembling gazes, the terrifying lightning ball, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder, had already arrived in front of Lu Kuan. And at this moment, under many doubtful and shocked gazes, Lu Kuan waved his hand slightly. Then, he raised his hand and lightly pressed his palm against the terrifying and destructive lightning ball. At this moment, the corners of Lu Kuan's mouth curled into a faint sneer as he softly uttered a word. "Stop!" As Lu Kuan spoke, under everyone's gazes, Lu Kuan, who seemed extremely small in front of the terrifying lightning ball, lightly pressed his palm and blocked the lightning ball. Boom! In front of the palm print, the lightning ball's advance was forcefully stopped, unable to move forward even an inch. Heavens, when this scene appeared, countless gazes around the square were instantly dumbfounded. Shocked gazes froze on their faces. At this moment, even the North Vanquishing Prince and the Protector King, who were on the city gate tower, had violent fluctuations in their eyes. Their eyes were twitching. Only the black-haired old man and the brown-haired old man from the Tianhu Empire had smiles on their faces. Their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. The outcome was within their expectations. How could there be a peer in the Stone Dragon Empire who could resist Lu Kuan? It was simply impossible. As Lu Kuan's palm gently pressed against the overbearing and destructive lightning ball, the corners of his mouth lifted into a sneer. With an indifferent smile, he softly said, as expected of an outstanding talent. "Within the martial marquis stage, it is truly difficult for anyone to contend against you. Even when I was at the peak of the perfect martial marquis stage, I'm afraid that it would take me some effort to deal with you. The Du family's lightning ultimacy is truly extraordinary." His voice paused for a moment as a trace of ridicule suddenly surfaced on Lu Kuan's sneering face. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Suddenly, a voice accompanied by profound qi resounded in the air like a thunderclap. "It's a pity that the current me is no longer a martial marquis but a martial king. In front of me, you are nothing. Martial king." As Lu Kuan's voice fell, the entire arena was shocked. It was like a thunderclap that resounded in one's ears. It was enough to make one's heart tremble in fear. In the sky, Lu Kuan's feet stepped into the air. The palm that touched the destructive lightning ball suddenly erupted with faint and sinister talisman runes. It was as if it had erupted from a world of darkness. The sinister qi swept across the sky, causing the sky to tremble incessantly. At this moment, the lightning ball was also trembling. A large area of the surrounding space was distorted as if the space was about to collapse. Finally, after a series of trembling sounds, the huge lightning ball shook with a loud bang and finally exploded completely. Rumble, the lightning ball exploded and a thunderous roar resounded through the sky. It was deafening and caused pain in the eardrums of those who heard it. The spectators who were weaker covered their ears with their hands. Their faces were deathly pale and cold sweat dripped down their bodies. The thunderous roar shook their souls and they were unable to resist it. Walala, a violent energy storm swept out like a hurricane. A large area of dazzling talisman runes shattered and silver lightning wreaked havoc. Coo, the earth trembled incessantly. Even the sturdy and thick towers around the plaza were shaking and cracking. Such a terrifying scene caused countless people to suck in a breath of cold air. Outstanding talent. Although you're extraordinary, in front of this king, you're nothing. Because this king is a human king. Not to mention that you're only at the peak of the complete martial lord realm. Even if you've already stepped into the martial king realm, you're still not my match. How can you resist the might of this king's human king? A mocking and disdainful sneer resounded. As his voice fell, Lu Kuan's figure had already appeared in front of Du Chang. At the same time, there was a terrifying fist that seemed to be wrapped around by a spirit snake. The talisman runes gushed out and heavily landed on Du Chang's chest. Bang! Pucci, as the fist landed, the lightning profound chi halo in front of Du Chang cracked and shattered. His mouth responded by spitting out mouthfuls of dark red blood. His body was like a bird with broken wings as he fell straight down from the sky. Martial King Realm, Human King, as his body fell, he looked up at the evil figure that was getting further and further away. Within Du Chang's eyes, there was shock, astonishment, bewilderment and dullness. It was very complicated. Bang bang bang, as Du Chang fell, the ground in the plaza shook and the mountains shook. The ground collapsed one after another. Dust flew everywhere and gravel shot out. Even the hearts of countless people fiercely trembled as if they were hammered by a heavy hammer. On the tower, the gazes of the people from the Stone Dragon Empire followed Du Chang's falling body. Their hearts trembled, especially the people from the Du family. Their eyes were dull and dull. It was as if they had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell. Originally, everyone thought that Lu Kuan was no longer a match for him. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? Human King, Lu Kuan is a human king. The legendary human king's talent. Terrifying, too terrifying. A 22 or 23-year-old martial king with the talent of a human king. How terrifying is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. On the tower, countless old people trembled. To the experts of the various major powers, what did the two words human king mean? Others might not know, but they knew very well. A human king was an existence that surpassed the outstanding talents. To them, this kind of talent only existed in legends. It was said that in the world, those who could reach the human king's talent would be able to reach a terrifying level in the martial Tao or talisman Tao. It was an existence that ordinary people could not reach even if they exhausted their entire life strength and cultivated diligently. The human king's talent was like the bloodline of demonic beasts. The bloodline of an overlord was innately able to suppress 10,000 beasts and control 10,000 beasts. As for the human king's talent, it was able to suppress the outstanding talents and countless cultivators. It was the absolute king of the human race. No one could contend against it. Lu Kuan was at most 22 or 23 years old. The human king's talent was already at the martial king realm. Some of the old people knew very well what such terrifying talent meant. It was rumored that after cultivating to the final level, the martial emperor realm was the martial honorable realm. As for the deeper levels, only those outstanding talents and human kings could step into them. If an ordinary person wanted to step into them, they might not be able to do so even if they exhausted their entire life's effort. Lu Kuan stood in the air with his clothes fluttering in the wind. He had a sneer on his face as he looked around with a mocking smile. He already knew this result before he came to the Stone Dragon Empire. If it wasn't for the order of his sect and the Tianhu Empire's emperor, he wouldn't have bothered to come to the tiny Stone Dragon Empire. Around the square, almost everyone's gazes landed on the figure in midair. They were shocked and fearful. The human king's pressure that was faintly emitted from the figure made people tremble like monstrous beasts that had seen their monstrous beast king. The human king's talent, the heavens are helping the Tianhu Empire. The North vanquishing king's eyes trembled. On his thin and wrinkled face, his clear eyes were filled with worry. Is the Stone Dragon Empire really doomed this time? The Protector King's face twitched slightly, and within his eyes, there was a lightning-like glow. At this moment, he was filled with anxiety. The first Princess Cheng Xingnan's delicate face was pale. Her heart was trembling and her eyes were filled with sadness. In the Golden Dragon Palace in the distance, a lifelike golden dragon was circling around. A figure in a dragon robe stood with his hands behind his back. There seemed to be a golden dragon circling around his body, causing people to feel intimidated even from afar. He looked at the top of the palace and frowned. He muttered, "Is the Stone Dragon Empire really going to face its doom this time? The heavens are helping the Tianhu Empire." On the cracked square, Du Chang's defeated figure stood up from the rubble. He was covered in blood and his face was pale. His eyes were dispirited and filled with complicated emotions. "We've lost, we've actually lost." It was unknown whether it was because of Du Chang's defeat or Lu Kuan's valiance, but the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Qing, Guo Xiaofeng, Second Princess Qing Yan, and the others were all in a daze. On the city gate tower, Du Xiaofu's expression returned to normal. Following Du Chang's defeat, the mysterious energy that had been implicated in his body also disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. The Stone Dragon Empire can't even withstand a single blow. Obediently hand over the 10 prefectures. In the air, Lu Kuan sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule as he swept his gaze around. Around the square, countless eyes trembled with anger. Du Chang has also lost. Looking at the sky, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. Although he didn't like the Du family, seeing Du Chang's defeat and Lu Kuan's figure in the sky made him feel somewhat unhappy. "I didn't expect the Stone Dragon Empire to have such an outstanding talent. The Tianhu Empire also has a human king. They're not weak." Zhen Qingchuan's voice softly entered Du Xiaofu's ears. He sighed. "Today's update is over. Brothers, go to bed early and continue to seek protection and love. Little you, continue to work hard tomorrow." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.